Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see?
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. We made it. I have a confession. We're going to start off with the confessional. It's the forgive me YouTube for I have sinned. I was planning on shaving off my goatee last night or this morning, and I this morning got up and brushed my teeth, combed my hair, all those fun things, and I told my wife, shaving off the goatee. Headed to the bathroom, and she said, "What? Today?" I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "I know I don't have much time, but it's time to go." I told people it's going to go. And for the first time in, 3 months that I've been growing this out, she's like, "But I like it." Now you tell me. So maybe I'll give it another. I'll give it another try. I trimmed it a little bit around the lip so it didn't get in the way like it does. But so now she tells me. So we'll keep it for a bit longer. Do a poll, says Purple Coconut. Welcome. Oh, I need to have my buttons working. I forgot to turn on this computer. Hang on. 3, 2, 1. Buttons are working. I love how fast that turns on. Purple Coconut says do a poll. But have to welcome Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy, first in chat today. Wendy, congratulations. You, Fire Girl, are prompt. You were so prompt you beat everybody else here. It was quiet. It was still. It was calm. Until you said hi. And then all hail broke loose. Hail. I said hail. I like the storm. Yes, and we're blaming you for that. So because you did that, we clearly think that you've probably got enough bandwidth to handle internet ownership. So once again today, you have previously been sentenced to, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. This does go on your permanent record. I see you are a repeat offender, so you know what's coming up. And for us, I guess that's a good thing. Repeat offenders generally do a better job with the internet than somebody who's brand new. So we're excited about that. But good riddance, good luck. The internet is all yours and all its problems associated with it. Master Ayden, member for 15 months. I think you've been here longer than that. Good morning, everyone. Master Ayden, thank you very much. Welcome. Good to have you here. Love the profile picture as well. That looks really cool. It's sort of like it's if yin and yang were fire versions of Angry Birds. That's what I see. I'm not sure if that's what's designed to be there, but that's what it looks like. Vivian says, good afternoon from a beautiful sunny Scotland. That is wonderful. Thank you for checking in from all the way across the pond. Denise, I see you there. No time for a full roll call, but I'm just picking through a little bit of some of the comments you guys are bringing up at the beginning of the day. DVD size hail, Jennifer. Clearly, Jennifer, you watched the podcast last night, which was wonderful. I'm actually wearing Weatherwatch's shirt today. Well, it's my shirt, but it has his name on it. So wonderful to have you here as well. Let's see. My hubby has one just like it. I think you're talking about the goatee. Although you can get the same shirt. You know, if with the mods type ! WW in chat 2 times, one of the links, either the first or the second, I'm not sure which it is, goes to Weatherwatch's merchandise page, where you yourself can get a beautiful shirt with this tornado logo. It says Weatherwatch on it, which I particularly like. Eventually grows through the rough stage and it comes very well. I'm there. It's no longer rough. It's no longer pokey. It's combable now, is what it is. I like it. Make the wife happy, good man. Yes, hope always. That's what we're doing. Bennett Master Ayden says, yeah, the true meaning of the yin and the yang, the art of the balance. Understand. It just looks really, it looks new. It looks edgy, but it has a long established meaning. Hello, welcome. How are you doing? Good. Do you want to bring me some waters? Maybe 3? 3 waters. Please keep the beard. We'll tell you since forever. Now the missus like it, says Iris. I saw a buffer there, so something's come up, and I need to pay attention. That oh, look at this. We have Ashley Seltzer, Cece Clearly, the Brown Barn, Allison Gorafolo, and Natalie celebrating their birthdays today, so we get to sing to them. This is going to be fun. It is a field trip day for Court. We'll talk about that. Remind me, iced coffee, remind me, thanks for bringing that up. Remind me that, thanks for bringing this up. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I like the facts versus fake. That's cool as well. Nice profile pictures, y'all. You're doing a great job with this. Remind me about the chat field trip to talk about something about that, because there's an idea I had that I'd like to discuss with you and get your opinions on before that happens today. Thank you. Look at that. You ask and you shall receive. Water has arrived. I shall not go thirsty this morning, at least. But tomorrow will be a new story. Yeah. All right, let's do this, and then we'll welcome a couple people. Josh, by the way, thank you very much for doing the birthday list for us. Everyone, if you can please stand up where you are, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. That's good enough. That's good enough. We're going to sing happy birthday to Ashley Seltzer, Cece Clearly, the Brown Barn, Allison Gorafalo, and Natalie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley Seltzer, Cece Clearly, the Brown Barn, Allison Gorafalo, and Natalie. Happy birthday to you. Oh yeah, it's your birthday. All right, here's what we have. Birthday people, today's your special day. There are a million places you could have been, a million people you could be with. You've chosen to be here and celebrate with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Let us return some of that joy back to you and make you have a specialer day. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. And now the dancers are doing their thing. New routine for today. I like it. I like it. It's very ambitious. It's a good thing you get to take a rest day tomorrow. Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Weighs in on. He says you guys are all good. Happy birthday. What a special day. It's Friday. You get to celebrate all day today, all day tomorrow, all day Sunday, and not stop celebrating until Monday, where we celebrate birthdays once again. Colleen at She Withers Horse Rescue says, stop by for French toast here if you want on your birthday. There you go. Pancakes first, French toast first. Doesn't matter which one. You can hit them both. Are you anywhere near Tammy Dunlap's house? Allie's doing the high kicks. All right, we've got the drum solo coming up. I'm going to teach you all the drumming pattern. Okay, you've got a snare, hi-hat. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. Beautiful, beautiful. So you've got the 4 beats on the hi-hat, which is faint in the birthday song, but then quarter notes on the hi-hat. I think that's what it is. So you've got quarter notes on the hi-hat and whole notes on the I don't know how that works. Some music people tell me how that works, but it's and boom, boom, boom. So that's how it works. That's if you could make music say and boom sounds, that's what it would do. So there's the pattern. Well, we're slowly learning the drums and I guess the barrels, Laura. So drums and barrels. All right. Josh says, did you see like my 12 pics I sent to Mod Chat yesterday? You've been very busy. with AI, creating fanciful images of wonderful getaway lands which don't exist. Josh, just kidding. He's in the prettiest place in the world, in Italy. Just absolutely beautiful, and I'm jealous, Josh. I am super jealous. Never been there. Got to go visit the boot for sure. All right. Let's see. Where are we? I think we got everything there. There was something I was going to talk about. Oh, the field trip. Before we go too far, as we're waiting for court to begin. We've got a little bit of time, so we have some things to discuss, at least about 20 minutes or so before anything happens in court. This is, by the way, Karen Reed, day 4, by my count, day 4 of the trial. That can't be right. It's got to be day 5. Is it day 5? It's day 4. Yeah, because it started on Tuesday. Okay, I was thinking it started on Monday. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for that. Day 4, there is going to be some expert witness, and we believe the jury is going to go on a view today. The View, when they say we're going on the View, it's not the TV show, right? It's not that show. They're not going there. They're actually going on a field trip to the scene. Now, I'm not sure if the scene's going to include Karen's house or John's house and Fairview, or just Fairview, but it's going to at least they're going to go to the area where John's body was found, and get an idea for space because the pictures, they're quite honestly they're crappy. They're crappy pictures, and it's hard to judge distances and space. But we have a couple icons or some objects in the yard that are still there, like the flagpole and the mailbox and the driveway and the curb and the front door, and being able to see it in person would be extremely helpful. Now, the judge has issued a buffer order. Is there anything, for those of you who have read the fine print in the buffer order, is there anything in the buffer order talking about this view? Because it's a little bit of a drive from the courthouse to Fairview. And the opportunity to protest and show signs that the jury sees is high. And I'm curious how the judge anticipates handling this. Are they going to blindfold all the jury members, gag them, throw them back in the car, and drag them there, and then free them, take off the blindfold, put it back on once they're done, and drag them back to? I don't know how they're going to do that. How the judge can isolate them perfectly, especially as you get closer to that area. I mean, even if there were 4 different intersections where people were, there are only 2 ways into that street. Are the cops going to just block everything off and without a judge's order say you can't protest here on a sidewalk? I'm curious. First of all, I don't think the jury should be tampered with. I don't think that's something to do. But I'm wondering from the judge's viewpoint and from the order, the proper process of court, how far that order goes. The judge can't order the town gets shut down, that no one's allowed to protest or hold up a sign in town anywhere where a juror might see it. That's overbroad. The powers that she has to limit freedom of speech are they in fact limited? So I'm very curious how this goes, because I do think there will be people who try to get a message to the jury, whether one way or the other. It might be from either side. I don't know. But I'm curious, and I'm curious, first of all, how it gets reported on, and I mean, what if somebody in the neighborhood put up a sign in their yard, like their own yard, across the street from Fairview? They probably won't, but what if somebody did? What does the judge do then? Jurors, don't turn around. I'm just curious how this is going to go. So, all right. Donald King, I'm far behind on the burner phone messages. I do apologize. I don't know if you text me Donald King so I can see which one was yours. And I might be able to pull it up really quickly. I've got people saying, check this out. and links all over the place. Is this the Koberger hearing? Trying to figure out what this... That's recreating stuff. Okay. We'll see. I'll look at that when I got a minute here. I do owe a couple people a little recognition for some milestones they've achieved. First of all, Master Ayden, congratulations on 15 months. Thank you for that. Brenda Meyer, member for 19 months. Good morning, chat family from Ohio. Brenda, welcome. Master Ayden also gifted a membership. Thank you for your generosity this morning. Oatmeal, welcome. Welcome to the gallery. It's good to have you here. Anne Cloutier, member for 7 months. You already got that yellow courthouse. It's going to keep changing colors over this time. Reverend Beezy's about to get a new colored courthouse as well in just a few months. Member for 19 months. Been here longer. Yep, actually more like 25 months if I found gift settings sooner. Thank you, everyone, and always carry your zebra. Where's mine gone? Oh, it's over here on Lady Liberty. Found it. Right there. I do have my zebra. Emotional support zebra. Welcome. So, Reverend Beezy, OG. Good to have you here. Let's see. We've got Anne Cloutier. There you are. For you, RA. Just a for you. That's super kind. That's super generous. Hey, how are you doing? Do you need me? All right. We are live. Thank you for your super chat, Anne. What a great way to kick off the morning. Thanks for your support of the channel. The Vic Stefani, happy Friday, everyone. 14 months. Kelly H. also gifted a membership. Kelly, thank you for making somebody's day super special by making them a member today. That is awesome. All right, we have Diana Banana, Sleepy Grizzly here, stopping onto hand with the RA fams. Thanks for having me. Go back to sleep. Okay, so Diana, thanks for checking in. Hello, welcome. It's good to have you here. Beezy, yes, you were way back in the day. That was back at the beginning. It was back at the very beginning during Daryl Brooks. Let's see. Congrats, everyone's on your Addictiversary. I like that word. All right. Yes, do watch the podcast. It was a lot of fun. We had some great stories. Had some good fun talking with Thomas last night. Good to have him back. I miss him when he's gone. It's great to have him back. Do you have a good afternoon off yesterday? I did. We got a little bit of work done. Mrs. R.A. Is cleaning. She's doing the spring clean, and she is really good at it. But it's not just cleaning what we have. It's cleaning what we have into what we no longer need and can get rid of. And that pile is huge, apparently. I am a little nervous, actually, when I go live and she is cleaning, because I lose things. I lose things while she's cleaning, and have to watch out and sort of scan the donation pile to see if something that I did not want to donate is suddenly being donated. But the house is getting really clean. She's doing a great job. Angelique, member for 11 months. Good morning, friends. One more month and you get a new courthouse color too, I think. When is court due to start? Rebecca, it's supposed to start at the top of the hour. So we've got about 10 minutes, 11 minutes or so. Then I get to buy it again. Yeah, so far the studio has been safe. The objects and the items that we buy that make this possible to do the live stream, no touchies. But the problem is if she doesn't clean it, then I have to. And cleaning the studio will not be fun. First of all, I need to find a place to put all the stuff, and that's the problem. That's how I clean too. Good luck, Mrs. R.A. She's doing great. Let's see. Tumwater Troy coming in with the Addictiversary, 19 months. I think you've been here longer. We're going to call you an OG as well. OG! Troy, good to have you here. Welcome. We have 2 more reports to run, so we'll be done in time to dial in. Excellent. The timing is perfect. What we were expecting today, other than the view, is possibly some expert testimony. Now, expert testimony is going to be most likely related to electronics. That's the only data we've got in so far, right? So it's going to be phone, it's going to be timestamp type stuff. I think it's a little early in the case to get into the heavy stuff, so they're probably pulling him in sooner than they normally would have, but they had some problems with the schedule, and this is how they're fixing it. So this is probably an out-of-order witness, but we'll need to have whatever he testifies to be admitted first. So I can't think of anything an expert can testify to yet other than the phone, the text messages, the timestamps, the Celebrite. So I think that's where we're going to be going with that. And it could be multiple phones that we're talking about. I thought he said blood alcohol content. Okay, so that's another thing, because Karen did have. I did not listen very carefully last night. If you noticed, one time I donated my husband's original Lord of the Rings book series. I have no idea. Had no idea what it was. Oh my goodness, Kelly, I had my grandmother was a firm believer in saving money, and she saved it around the house. She did not believe in banks very much. So when Grandpa passed first, and then Grandma passed after, and after she had passed, the kids were just, I mean, she saved everything, and they were cleaning things out. Hey, we've got a prank call, I think. Let's see if I can get it in time. Oh, it's not a prank call.
King, so when
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, I missed who this was. This is RA. Who am I speaking with?
This is Donald King.
Hey, Donald. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott. Yeah, the thing I sent you was a little experiment someone did with a SUV backing into a dummy arm.
I saw that.
And
it seemed like they drove a long time. Like they accelerated for a long while.
Yeah.
But it's hard to get that perfect. They had to throw the arm at the tail light that was supported. But it is interesting. It is interesting for sure.
Yeah, I just thought it might be interesting. So
yeah, that's
all I wanted.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. I won't be able to show it because it's because of a copyright strike issue. But I did watch it. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. One more time, going back to the cleaning, she saved everything. And so there was a lot there was furniture that just was not good anymore, right? That needed to be thrown out. And we hauled loads of it to donate, some to charity, some got thrown away. And I think it was the second trailer load. We'd put some in the back of a truck and some in a trailer. And I think the second trailer load we were moving something and money fell out. Like a roll of money fell out. And we're like, where did that come from? And we're looking, it's like, I think it came from out of here. It's like, nope, it didn't come from there because that one's still there. It hasn't fallen out yet. And we realized that every crack and crevice and cranny had rolls of silver quarters and silver certificate dollars tucked in between things and in books and on shelves. And so I have no idea what all got donated. But I had, as part of that, I was allowed to go and get from what we found, what was not donated, I was allowed to go and get a full set of quarters from 1935 to present year, just out of what was there. So I got to pick and choose. I got all the dates that I wanted. I had a full set. And I also got an envelope full of silver certificates, some $2 bill silver certificates and some $1 bill. Consecutive serial numbers, non-circulated, straight from the bank, no creases, just really cool silver certificates. And my oldest son, found the quarters when he was in elementary school. And the school had a pencil machine that took quarters. You put a quarter in and it gives you a pencil back. And he bought pencils for his whole class with my quarters. And when we finally found out, because he did it over a couple days, when we finally found out, we went to beg the school to let us buy our quarters back from their tray. And they were like, we just ran to the bank. They're gone. We just dumped them. So I don't have any of the quarters anymore, but I do have all the silver certificates. So those are some very valuable pencils out there. And that's when we started homeschooling. It was close to that, but not exactly. The same school, though. That was the last school we went to other than homeschool. Anyway, it's funny. Those things can be replaced or not, but in life, really, that's not what matters. So relationships are more important than the silver quarters. So, but it was a sad day for me. I don't know why we're talking about this. Britta, I let's see. What did I ignore? I don't know why I got on that story. He seems to be ignoring both Selena and I. What am I? What did I? I don't know what I ignored. Good morning? Good morning? Scrolling back. Can you let Ari know that he keeps missing Selena K's message? I think I saw that one. Scrolling back. Oh, I think, was it this fellow was on the phone? Update on Corey Richens. All right. Oh, you want me to give the update on Corey Richens, or you want to give the update on Corey Richens? Ohio Gin member for 27 months. Happy Hoffa Day. Thank you very much, OG. One of our originals there. Let's see. Marianne R., also a member for 11 months. There it is. Yes. The Utah Supreme Court ruled that Corey Richens' jury will be picked from Summit County. There's still a pending appeal, right? My understanding is the Supreme Court has not yet ruled on the objection to the denial of the change of venue. Is that still out there? It seems like this decision would be tied to that one, because that's the last thing that's holding the Corey Richens trial up from rescheduling it. To get ready to go to court, so hold tight. No OnlyFans this morning, guys. You get the light. Get the light today. Kristen Mary says, first time catching a live. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Kristen, thanks for being here live. Also update, yes, Barb, thanks for this one as well. BK can get the death penalty. The prosecutors can, if convicted, they can pursue the death penalty for Brian Koberger. And that's after considering all the arguments they presented based on the unconstitutionality of it, because of his, thank you, the camera heard us. We get the OnlyFans. We're back. The claims about his autism diagnosis that would make him ineligible for death penalty. So that it looks like that is going forward. That is a big loss, obviously. That's a big loss for the defense, because I do think in a case like this where they have some very solid evidence, physical evidence that ties him to the crime, namely his DNA on a sheath that matches the marks of the weapon lead. Well, they got the knife sheath, right? They got this part with his DNA on it. They don't have this part. That part's missing. But they have the holes that are made by this shape of knife, and so that is a really solid tie to tie him there, and that evidence is coming in already. So it would have been a win, I think, for the defense to avoid the death penalty. That would have been a partial win that I think they would have enjoyed taking. But now that's on the table, so it's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one for them. All right. Turn my volume up. Is it too low? Is that a little better? see. Let's see. I think that's everything. Hannah Vincent says, I really don't think the visit will help the state in any way because it's just point out that if John was actually on the driveway, it would have been extremely hard to miss him. Okay, Hannah, what they're not going to be allowed to do, the state's not going to be allowed to go out there and put little colored flags in the shape of a body on the lawn and say, and this is where he was. Although, if they did that, I think it would help the defense. Because there's going to come a point in time where the state is going to tell the story of how John was walking from the car towards the house along the road, and the car backed up and hit him, and he spun and flew to that spot. And in the process, hit his head and got a horizontal laceration on the back of his head. How hard was the ground? How hard was the grass? Was it hard enough to cut his head in a vertical line like that? It's going to be a tough sell. And the story, I think anytime they tell that, unless they have a different version than they had last time, is going to make the jurors scratch their head and be like, I can't quite picture that, right? Because I can see the lawn, and I've seen the lawn now. I've seen the flagpole. I've seen the door. I've seen all this, and now I know the distance we're talking about. And what you're saying, either the damage on the car seems to be too little for that type of impact, or the damage on John seems to be too little for that type of impact. So that sort of information is not going to be super helpful to the jury, and I think it would actually help the defense. But yeah, I'm not trying to ignore any messages. I do apologize. I'm just distracted. Squirrel moment as we're getting started, doing all the tech stuff in the background, and we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Was there blood on the SUV? I think there was. His DNA was on the car, but that's a car he literally was just riding in. That they parked and they walked out from the bar to the car, and after having many drinks, the idea that someone could say he may have touched that car with his hand as he approached from the bar. Just steady yourself, maybe. That possibility is very high. So the expectation that there would not be his DNA on a car that he frequently rode in and was around and was at his house and in his garage seems, that's a bad way to put it. It seems reasonable that his DNA would be found on that car. So that DNA alone, without it being blood, right? Because it's not blood on the car, is my understanding. It's just touch DNA. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but we'll see what the evidence is. Touch DNA should be there. Blood should not, right? Especially if the defense is saying there was no collision. Blood would definitely be a problem with there. Talking about squirrels. How are the birds? They're doing great this morning. There's food all over in the yard. 10 pounds of bird seed got dumped in the yard last night. Right. Oh, we're ready.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Why?
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
That's confusing. Talk about mixed messaging.
Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So, good morning. I heard the counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to sidebar?
This is how every day is beginning. That counsel wants to see you about something, and it means they have issues. It means that there's something that they can't work out between the two of them. Because if they could work it out, it doesn't need the judge weighing in. Brooklyn Janet says, found you today. Wonderful listening to you. Brooklyn, welcome. I love that pup in your picture. That is so cute. That is beautiful. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for your generosity. Just showing up and supporting the channel is huge. Miss Kitty, also a member for 11 months, has loved this channel. Actually been here since March of 2023 when I retired from federal service, but mostly lurking. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, Miss Kitty. Welcome as well. Quick sidebar, outside the presence of the jury. Once again, what we know today is an expert, which you guys are telling me it's the blood expert. and this will probably be relating to Karen's anticipated blood, or Karen's calculated blood alcohol content. And I say calculated because they don't have they didn't draw blood at, exactly at a set time close to the occurrence where they could say this is what it is at the time of the offense. Like if you get pulled over and you get breathalyzed, that's close enough that they can say at that point in time your blood alcohol content was point XYZ. They don't have that. They have it much later. And because they have it much later, they have to do some math and say, well, based on, body size, the amount of alcohol, and the time, we think that when we do the math backwards, we'd say she is at this. That's what we're going to hear today. Everyone was drunk, yes. This is a fair description of what appears to be this entire case. I'm not sure if it's junk science, because this is something that can be proven over time, that the alcohol content in blood diminishes over time and deteriorates at a fairly constant rate, but it does differ from individual to individual. And so it has this window you have to allow for, right? Because they say in all our testing, the results come sort of in this area, right? So somewhere in here, it could be from 0.08 all the way up to 0.21. I'm like, that's a huge window. That's massive. One is like super drunk and one is barely illegal. Ayden is here. Ayden celebrated. How was I'm glad you're here early this morning. Glad your celebrations. And thanks for inviting the mayor, by the way. That's cool. You invited the mayor to our podcast. So hopefully the mayor got to see the shout out. Hopefully I wasn't too late in giving that. They have no idea if she had drinks in the meantime. I think her testimony was that she hadn't, but if you don't believe her, don't you also throw that out? Jersey Prod says she could have been drunk as a skunk. They would have to prove that she hit him. Yeah, they have to prove the collision. And it seems like this time, I think Emily D. Baker was pointing this out yesterday, that this collision, if they can avoid this if they can get the jury to understand that they're, from the defense vantage point, there was no collision, then there is no crime, right? It doesn't matter how much they fought. It doesn't matter how much she drank. It doesn't matter, nothing else matters if there's no collision. And that's, judging from the opening that Alan Jackson gave, that's the starting point for defense. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. Lego My Briefs member for 19 months. Love me some Addict fam. Very stoked for the second kick at the can. Incredibly interesting. You're watching testimony. I love it. Lego Briefs. I love that you say that. It is interesting to hear testimony from a witness we've seen before testify about the same thing, and now hear it either exactly the same or differently, and how the testimony's changed over time. So far, we've got changes in testimony, especially in lay witnesses, which is all we've had thus far. Really, a couple EMTs testifying about things they heard at a crime scene is, I'd call them a lay witness, because they're not trained observers as far as, human interaction like a police would be during an interaction. So let's see. Somebody said, Buffer, get the siren counter. Red, we might need to talk. Looking for the right mouse. I broke the siren counter when I did the podcast last night, but we are on 38. 38 is the count. Put it back where it goes. There we go. There's the counter. We need the label so you guys know what we're actually counting. And it goes right here. There we go. 38 sirens. That means we're counting two things. We're counting the sirens when the cars go by and go, woo, woo, woo. That's one. And when Judge Beverly or anyone else in the courtroom goes, that's one. So if I miss one, the best way to let me know is not to say +1 psi, because you might be behind. I'm just saying, sometimes YouTube like kicks you back 10 minutes, and your chat appears in real time. So if you see one, just say the next number that it should be. So if I missed one here this morning, you would say 39 in chat, and I would hopefully get it. I don't think I missed one this morning. And breaths in don't count. We can go over the what counts and what doesn't. That counts. Does not. That does not. Does not. There has to be tonality. There has to be vocal cord involvement and exhalation for a psi to count. As far as sirens go, every different sounding siren counts. Horns do not. Okay, I know I'm picky here because you can have sirens with like wee-oo, 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 and that's still just one. The ands don't count, okay? I know I've been practicing on my... Lily, are you pulling my leg? My size also don't count. Juror Zero, welcome to the gallery. Welcome. You seem to be missing the right shoe, but I have found the left one for you. It's there in your profile picture. Looks good, too. Are you a runner? Juror Zero? Hello. Oh, more water. No, it's just a half day. Thank you. Now I have 6. Mrs. R.A. informed me that very soon, possibly this weekend, she's going to be tidying up these bookshelves, which scares me because I use the bookshelves a lot. Everything over here. By here, I mean over here. I have stuff on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bookshelves. The top one I don't have anything on because it's too tall. I can't reach it while I'm seated here. But we will keep hydrated today for sure. It's a double water day. Does it count as 2 drinks? Oh, never mind. Too soon. Let's see. Burner phone is still quite active. Okay. Oh no. All right. KP Media Production says, I'm a runner. I used to run. I used to be on the swim team as well. For some reason, even though I stopped running, I kept my runner's legs, specifically my calves. I don't know how to be humble about it. They're incredible. They're awesome. They're huge. They're defined. They're ripped. And I have no idea what I did to deserve them. But I stopped running. Do a little bit of biking now, though, so that's good. I only run the Krispy Kremes. Greena says, if this YouTube gig doesn't work out for you, there's always modeling. Greeners, thank you for helping me know I can keep my options open. Did someone say calves? Let's see. Blackbird, I can't show those. I can't show those. You just sounded like the lady from the comedy movie Kung Pao. I haven't seen the movie. Is that I take that as a compliment. I ran cross country in high school, and I was on the swim team. We called ourselves the Shark Swim Team because it was a community swim team, not tied to a school. And I was probably the worst swimmer who ever stayed longer than a month on the swim team. I kid you not. Me doing the butterfly often resulted in the lifeguard blowing the whistle to check and see if I was okay, because it simulated other people drowning. I was swimming, and I was fine, but the butterfly, I'm no Michael Phelps, let's put it that way. The shoulders, the whole triangle thing, I don't have that. But I could swim, and I can hold my breath, so I can swim. I think I could do close to 75 meters underwater. without breathing, which is beneficial. But I think in the actual races where I competed, I think I got disqualified about 50% of the time. I'm not sure if those were ever on video, but I was terrible. I was terrible at the starting blocks. I would either dive too deep or I would jump out and belly flop and then, try to start again. But the number of times they raised the flag on me were many. Loved swimming, though. There are a few RA's live videos from camp where you see those calves. Go back and look. You'll notice. Yes, just saying. I was a runner. I ran cross country in high school. There were days where morning was 8 miles before school. Those were fun days. Early morning runs. Barb, what we're going to do today, we are planning on a half day in this court, but we might, before we say goodbye, before we kick you all off into your weekend, we may, if something else comes up, we may watch a little bit of court hopping. So that's a possibility. But I do have my final gig, Friday night gig, as far as live streaming another parenting classes thing. So I have to go get ready for that. There's I normally keep all my gear set up, but I used it for the live stream for the cooking show. So I have to reset up everything for the live stream for the parenting class. And that'll take me a little bit of time. So it will be a half day today. And you'll get an early start to the weekend. Let's see. You said that yesterday and we didn't do it. I said don't hold your breath, though, Virginia. I said there's a chance I come back, but don't hold your breath. I can't dive. I would jump in. I could do a kick turn, like a flip turn.
You are unmuted.
It's the only time I can do a somersault without falling over or losing my balance.
Council, calm down.
Seriously? We got unmuted to find out we're going to another sidebar. All right, sidebar number 2 for the day. We've had the equal number of words in court uttered unmuted. Reverend Beasy, also a runner, says my legs are so massive that fit are super loose around the waist. Pants that fit are super loose around the waist. I've solved that problem. I've found that you can get larger waist with larger calves as well, and they fit great. Who's unmuted? This is Angelique. What you're hearing is the Zoom feed, the court Zoom feed, and court does have a Zoom feed that is also broadcast during the trial. They are very, very protective of that Zoom feed, and only media outlets that they deem are worthy get to broadcast the Zoom feed. You have to be recognized media from the court specifically to broadcast their Zoom feed. I have not applied for that. I'm not using their Zoom feed. Something I could do, because I meet the qualifications on paper at least, and basically the qualifications mean you have to have a media company that doesn't solely just basically be a YouTube channel. And I do have a media company. That's why I do other gigs. I do live streams. I do corporate events and things like that. And I have that arm that meets that other definition. So I could technically apply for that and get you a couple more views, because they do have a couple cameras running on that. But I haven't chosen to do that. Let's see. Jennifer Gledhill trial in December in Salt Lake County. She's charged with killing her soldier husband and her parents. Help cover it up. So Salt Lake County, where was it? Was the murder at home? I'm trying to think. I mean, Salt Lake County goes all the way from the point of the mountain where there used to be the Draper prison all the way up to North Salt Lake, and from the canyons on the east side canyons, like up by Immigration Canyon, all the way out to probably West Valley. So it's a big. Salt Lake County is constant urban development. There are no breaks there. It's a big area. Why is the courtroom empty today? I think a family just hasn't come in yet. But it is a half day as well, so. There's a witness today after the live view, right? Yes, there should be. I'm not sure if the view is first or the view is second. She won't tell where the body is. Whoa. It's a no-body murder trial? We haven't had one of those since Zachariah Anderson. They're at the view until 11. I don't think so, because they're not there now. I can tell you that, because the prosecution, defense, and the judge is going to be there. They're going field tripping. They might be leaving soon. No body trials are fascinating. It's definitely a very different case. Soko Judy, I don't know where they're at with the appeal. I'd have to sort of check in with Solomon and see. I know it takes a lot of time, and it's not just the transcript. I mean, the transcripts are the first 6 months of delay, but you really can't even start working on it until you have that. See Billy Wagner in court today. Will the family and media go on the view? Family, no. Media, yes. Maddie, thanks for that. It is a slow process. It's painfully slow.
Yes, please.
Let's see what the judge has to say this morning.
Okay, thank you.
What? You absolutely did not. Come
on. Most likely not, Kelly, unless there's a question that she, as the defendant, solely has a responsibility to answer. She has counsel that speaks for her, but she is allowed to listen, and the counsel consults her before they make a decision. We're going to find out here shortly, I think. For the record feed. The court feed, according to the court's order. Yep, jurors are here. Looks like we might have testimony first, maybe. The court record is only authorized media can stream that. So maybe it means they're only authorized allowed to view. I'll have to look at the order again. That's a decision that probably was made at sidebar today.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence which you'll hear during the course of the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard, 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all.
Don't look for taillight
the
pieces.
View or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet. But today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mid-trial, they get to talk to the jury again.
As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. You have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you just to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is it's April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in of photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear taillight. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Tianetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important.
There's going to be an objection here.
Even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. We've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus, to stand next to it, to size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted
Just going to cut him off.
to do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Just follow me.
Okay, so they're leaving first thing, and goodbye. I think the only thing we can do is start the bus music because they are going on a field trip to the scene of the crime. Both sides agree they're going to the scene of the crime. Just the sides disagree on what the crime was. So, So we've got the bus chase music. It looks like this will probably take at least an hour, with half-hour trip each way, right? For those that are familiar with the area, does that sound about right? Considering that they probably have police escort, not like lights and siren, full stop, blow through the red type thing, but it's probably, think more like motorcade scenario. 15 minutes each way. Okay, so a half hour of driving, possibly 15 minutes to half hour. That gives us about an hour of time until they make it back, assuming they're coming back. And we did hear there was testimony today with expert witness. So can't remember if they did the viewing of the car and property in the first trial. I thought they did the viewing of the car separately. Like, I thought they went to the Sally Port, right? Was the car there last time? The car was in the Sally Port last time. The car was there last time. Okay. So they might have a separate view. They might have two views like last time. They might go to the Sally Port, and they might also, we know they're going to this one. My question is, who positions the car? I mean, this is clearly repositioned to create a scenario. Is it, who parks it? Who drives it right to that spot and says, this is the point? Or is it just like shoved off the flatbed, and where it lands, it lands? And it's like, well, close enough. I wonder if the lawyers all got together and agreed that, you spray paint on the road, the 4 tires, each tire has to be here, 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 here. Do a street view. Let's bring it on this guy over here. "34 Fairview has been removed from Google Maps." Let me show you what we do have. Looks like the new owner was not a big fan of how many times it was showing up on the screen. So we're going to go to camera 7 really quickly. All right, here we are. Our bus was faster than theirs. This is our flagpole. Is that U.S. Marine? The Marine's flag. We are on Fairview Road right there. There's the fire hydrant. These points will become important later on. There's a little bit of an electrical sort of thing in the bush, maybe a telephone. Looks like the wires are open, like somebody's been stealing copper, but it is what it is. And now if we pan slowly to the right to look at the house, we see a big nothing. We see this. This is the house. This is what it looks like. Mailbox, street. There's the berm we're talking about, just a little bit of a berm. If you look down sort of this direction, you can see better what it looks like. But let's go down the street and look back at the house, because guess what? You can't hide it completely, can you? Oh, man, they do. They did a good job here. From way down here. Oh, they're not the only house. Other houses are hidden as well. Man, the whole neighborhood, everyone's like, not me, not my house. Never seen so many houses blurred out on a single street on Google before, unless you're in Hollywood. This is the view the police car took as it pulled up right here. Probably this is the view we got from the dash cam, where you could see the flagpole and we're going to be talking about this area on the lawn. Is where the body was. And so you've got an impact point, which they're going to tell us is probably around here somewhere, and a body over there. It has to spin and fly. Why is there a crate on the lawn? Beer delivery? What? Why would somebody have a crate on their like a pallet on their front lawn? Let me see if we can do this another way. Missing your answers. Try going through Zillow. Give me a second. Let's see what we can find. I've got another app opening. Zillow has it. Redfin has it. It's a decorative palette. It's there intentionally. Yes, we know that people can request it. That's what I said. The owner didn't want it on, and it's been removed. So let's bring this other picture in. All right. Let's go here. Ready? This is a fun place to start. And we are searching for... '34 Fairview, Canton, Mass. Zoom. We're falling. Now I know how Elon's rocket feels. There we go. A little bit of a zoom in that'll give us somewhat of a view, a little bit of a 3D view as well. Okay. Oh, now we got to the old one. No, get us back out. We don't want Street View. We want to be one step away from Street View. Exit Street View. There we go. Oh, there's a pool in the back. I didn't know that. Is that new? So fire hydrant right here, or fire hydrant in this area, a little electrical box over here, flagpole right over here, and there's the rest of the house as it appears from the sky. No, don't go, no, it's not close. I don't want Street View. Just want ground level view. Oh, that house looks terrible now. Come on. I've entered the matrix. We have to exit ground level view. Google broke. There we go. That was the house behind it. We got stuck in the trees. Can't see the forest for the trees. I'll turn. I heard that. Who said that? Now I'm lost. Take me home, country roads. There we go. I took a side street. Railroad tracks behind them. Yeah, it looks like there's some cars on the tracks. Oh, that's the shadow. Never mind. Train goes by. It's sort of tucked in with trees, so it probably keeps it fairly quiet. You also don't have any train horn until you've got a crossing, which those are bridges. Down here, these are bridges. So no train horns, but you do get the sound of the train in the backyard. That's where the jury's at. Didn't they fill in the pool? They may have. Let me see if I can I go back in time? Let's see. Let's do this day in history and look at when the house was built. They've been there a long time, right? It's been there for generations. So skip ahead a little bit. This is 1995. Maps were poor back then. It's there in 1995. I was in high school. 2001, obviously no trees. 2003, planted flute shrubberies. 2004, 2005, looks like greenery was invented. That's also 2004, sorry. A couple pictures in 2004. It's getting very green. Must have been a wet year. 2005, pool's there the whole time. Driveways in use. Lots of cars. 2005. 2006. Let's see if we can find one from, there's 10, 11, 13, 14, 16. We need to go to 22. Because it was January 28th, 2022 that this happened. So this is as close to it as possible. This is 6/22. So about the time that Chloe got rehomed. How do they call it? Fairview, when the biggest view is of the railroad tracks. Can I go to Street View? No, I can't go to Street View from olden times. Oh, look, there's taillight. Oh, no, just kidding. Look at the lawn. Look how brown it is there. And the backyard, this is probably from Chloe. This sort of browning in the yard is probably from Chloe doing what Chloe does on the grass. The front yard, though, not sure about that. Going forward in time from the date of the incident, 2023, 2024. Oh, look, we get a little bit of snow there. Interesting. Just last year. January, February, March of 2025. That's the most current image. And here's back to our view. Dang it. I broke it again. All right. How much snow? The pool was never filled in. That's a different Albert house. What's happening today? Red? Sorry, I've been ignoring chat. This is Google Maps showing history. This is Google Earth Pro that has historical satellite images of an area. I use them for metal detecting personally, but it shows me where houses used to be, especially old houses that got torn down. The pool appears to still be there according to the latest imagery. Where was John's body found? This is a tough one because Google Maps, for some reason, when you go to a 3D view, it won't show you exactly where the flagpole is, which I think is right here, like on the corner, this corner of the garden. And then we've got the green box and probably a fire hydrant in this area. So I think his body was in this area. I say that because, let me see if I can pull up the replay from yesterday. Front door. Okay. I think it was... actually 2 days ago. I'm looking for the video, the dash cam video. Give me just a second as I scroll through. Okay, I think it's going to be during this. I need my scroll wheel. No, that's cross. I'm looking at testimony of Carrie Roberts right now. Okay, here we go. Let's jump to some dash cam on camera 7. Hold tight. I need a clean video feed. All right, camera 7. There we go. What we're looking at here is, make sure you can see this as well. I'm going to hide my face so you don't see me because we sort of need that corner. If we rewind just a teensy bit here. Okay, car pulls up. We're looking for, you can see the snow falling. We're looking for the flagpole. Do you see the flagpole there? We see the flagpole, and we're looking for people over by John's body. So keep an eye on that flagpole, first of all. And now you can see some shapes on the lawn. You can see some people over there on the lawn. So you've got just closer to the road from the flagpole, but just off that that garden area, right? So like part of his body was nearly in the garden. So switching back to the, well, to this view on camera 3. That would put his body, come on. Work with me, Google. Don't freeze like that. That puts his body right here. Like his feet would be the edge of this pallet, and then it would be laying out here. So that's the body area right in the center of the screen. Does that work? And we can see that switching back to the other side. If we look back from the other angle, so if we were to take a look at the view as they see it, let's go back and look at it from the fire hydrant viewpoint. One more. Okay, so you can see the pallet on the road. Imagine, okay, we'll move that right down here. You can see, you can just barely see the, there we go, there's the switch. So this is the same view. We've sort of overlaid the two images. So where the pallet is, that's sort of where his feet would have been, and that's lines up with this. Does that make sense? Adult or audit diversion donation going to be a long year. Oh my goodness, audit. Oh, terrible. Ivan, can I just say I went to the post office the other day. Thank you, by the way, first of all, for your donation. You've been very generous. I went to the post office the other day. I'm all excited because in my post office box I had a package. I'm like, oh, somebody sent me something, and it's big and it's thick, and I'm like, oh wow, I don't know what this is. I'm thinking it's like a stack of calendars or something. I'm like, this looks really cool. Could be comic books. No, it was my accountant sending me a ream of paper, which is my tax filing. I mean, it's like that thick with a bill on top, which was also thick. But taxes, a lot of work. I'm glad I didn't do my own this year. How much room does Karen have to back up? The prosecution said 70 feet. Amy, if we look at the street view on this one, let's zoom out just a teensy bit. I can't tell which mouse is where. Okay, let's go back. 70 feet puts her just past this fire hydrant. So you think about an average yard that's going to be like sort of in front of this house, and then back up That might be a little bit less. It might be, oh, look. What's that on the road? Oh, that's just markings. It would be sort of in front of this house. I don't think all the way as far as the door. But 70 feet. The impact would have to be in this area, like post-fire hydrant, but pre-flagpole, to get his body to be where it did. Just because, I mean, anyone who's played pool knows that, you know, you have to get the angle right to get the trajectory of the object that's struck to fly where it lands. 70 feet is a good amount of space. It might be just past that door on the neighbor's house. Taillight. Oh, wait, that's a leaf. That's the Google car. I love when you can see them. Eric, good morning. How are you doing? What you weren't going to do, a couple businesses and YouTube channels plus whatever with TurboTax. Come on, live dangerous. No, not with the IRS. They scare me. It's the only side that has, it's the only government agency that does their own enforcement. Like they can find you guilty of something and then enforce it. Almost a football field length. That would be 100 yards. That's 300 feet. So 70 feet is, well, I said last trial he pirouetted 30 feet. Where's the 30 feet? Let's see if I can measure this. Let's bring up a ruler, shall we? Show ruler. We're going to measure in feet, right? Oh, so let's measure from measure between 2 points on the ground. I think I have to go back into Exit Street View to do this. Yeah. So we've got our fire hydrant right here. And the body right here. And let's see if we can convert this to feet. We can. That shows 32.79 feet. Does it keep my marker? No, it does not. Which would mean 30 feet would be, it would have to be at an angle, right? So we've got our fire hydrant, which is right there, and it's out in the street. So just past the fire hydrant is impact point, and he ends up here with his feet just off the edge of the corner of that landscaped garden, which is 30 feet, 30.1. You guys see that very well? I draw it at an angle like that because I've played pool enough to know that you couldn't have a different angle, right? You could not have her backing straight up this street along the side of the road, and then get an impact that would cause him to go sideways like this, because an object in motion transfers energy, and the energy that's transferred is directional energy, right? So it can if you strike it on the corner, then you have an angled surface striking him, which is a tail light. That could push him towards the house, but he has to get away from the street. He's got to be pushed from, in that direction at the most, which is a long way to be pushed. And think of how hard somebody would have to push you to make you fall 5 feet away. Like how with a single impact. We're not talking like a prolonged shove, like a bulldozer, pushing you along. We're talking about a single impact, a momentary impact that transfers enough energy to have you fall 5 feet away. What would that look like on you? What would the damage be on the recipient end of that impact? Weren't there other cars on the street? We'll hear testimony about other cars. We'll hear testimony about a Jeep. that cars that were parked out here either in the driveway, in front of the driveway, or in front of the mailbox. We'll also hear some testimony about a snowplow. I think the snowplow was involved, but I don't think it struck John O'Keefe. It doesn't make sense that way. I think the snowplow was involved if there was taillight there, like from John throwing his cup at the back of the car, which is a possibility that they were in a fight and he was mad and he chucked his cup at the car and broke the taillight. I don't know, that could have happened. I think the taillight pieces that would have been there from that would have been plowed off the road as the plow comes down this side and it pushes snow into the yard. It would have pushed the pieces from like this area, if that's where the taillight was broken, that direction, which will account for why there's taillight over by this area. So anyway, how did he hit his head on the berm and then fly 30 feet? Yeah, he decided to do a rapid cartwheel and then pirouette and land. And the rapid cartwheel did not throw the phone out of his pocket. The phone traveled with him, and it fell out of his pocket only after he stopped and landed on the grass. There's some issues. There's some issues with the state story and physics. Would it be a good day for the kids who live at 34 Fairview to have a lemonade stand this morning? I think it's funny. Whoever bought the house, I think they're not related at all to the family. They're completely disconnected, other than that they bought from them. How far is it from the front door? The front door, well, if we say from the body location to the front door or the front of the house, less than 50 feet. From the front door, we'd say you've got, assume they walk down the steps right in the middle, right? This at this point is where you'd see it. The actual front door is 56 feet. You could go a little further closer and say there was some point that they most likely were within under 50 feet from the body. Which at that time, if the state story is true, would not be covered with snow, would be a dark object on a very light dusting of snow on the ground. My cousin was struck by a car going 55 plus and went airborne 50 feet. Did he hit his head first, then go airborne? And I'm guessing if he had a phone in his pocket that fell out, it would have fallen out early, not later. The side door, the little door, was where he was taken out from that house. There are three entrances, right? There's one in the garage, which is a side door, I think. There's one right here, and then there's the main proper entrance. Anyone who has been to the house says the front lawn is much smaller than it appears in the photos. Let's do a measurement here from the edge straight in. About 43 feet to the sidewalk. It's not a ton. Wasn't there a basement hatch? The basement hatch, if we go looking from the backyard here, I'm not sure. I think that was taken out, wasn't it? Let's take a peek in the backyard. The basement hatch was over here. So there was or actually I think that's it, right there. You can see the little paver stones walking up to it. This is think of like a storm cellar, a slanted basement hatch door that you had to open the doors sort of almost up, like a barn door style, but they're nearly open vertically, but they're on a slant. And then you could walk down the steps and enter the basement there. And then, of course, you've got a side gate from the backyard to the front yard here, and you could probably also get around to the other side of the house, a side gate that way. Can you measure the distance the Commonwealth claims Karen Reed drove? Was it 70 feet? Yeah. Let's get back out to the front yard really quickly. Okay. It's virtually a straight line. So let's do this. Let's say if she stopped to the same point the body stopped, 6,000-pound car stopping in snow. 70 feet is right here. Let's do that one more time. So it's a little hard to see in this picture because it's yellow on the road. If I draw it on the grass, it might be a little bit better. It's going to go from here to here. It's a little easier to see. I apologize, I can't make it much bigger. That basically puts the car starting just before the front doors, just before parallel with, perpendicular to the front doors. And driving in a straight line backwards, and strike. He would have to. The strike would be about. Well, stop. If they say there were 70 feet, Zillow, you can see the house, pole, hydrant, and street. I know, but I can't manipulate the map and measure using Zillow. And I think the measurements are more important than what it looks like right now. If they and OG Boy Mama, thank you very much for the super chat. If they say 70 feet and then impact, that changes everything because that puts the impact point right here near the fire hydrant. Like there's probably about a 14-foot area or something. Let's see. Yeah, it's a section about this big, from here to here, where the impact could have happened, according to the state's view. Assuming it's right in the middle, right by the fire hydrant, that takes our measurement of 70 feet and puts her way down the road, almost past well past the front of the house. Well past the door of the neighbor's house. That's going to be... Wasn't it this house that... Which house caught... Was there any camera that caught her car at all? I don't think there was. I think they said that they saw from inside the house the car pulled down over here. So it would have been looking through the trees. Linda M., thanks for showing the view of the house and all you do. Hit the like button and subscribe, chat. Thank you very much, Linda. Appreciate that. Kim R. says, there's no way that Jen McCabe goes to that house and doesn't go to the door to alert her brother-in-law, and two, the people inside did not know what was going on in that front lawn. I think if Jen McCabe went in the house, she did not use the front door. I think she might have used a side door. But let's get rid of these measurements here for just a second. I'm trying to think of the angle that you could see from the house where the car had gone down the street. And maybe we should go look at the street view one more time and look at what kind of trees we had. I got lost again. Take me back home, Google. There we go. Get down to street view. Okay, so now looking back over here. Okay, so the tree, this is what I was curious about. The type of tree here would allow visibility through the trunk of the tree because the branches don't go all the way down to the ground. It's not like a huge Douglas fir or something that would obscure the view. Knowing that, if you press your face up to the window in that house, you would probably have visibility of the street all the way down here. No, probably to this area. Because, they blur out the house because you can see the house from here. The house could probably see here as well. So this would be about the point that the Commonwealth says her car drove to before it backed up 70 feet. And that 70 feet, is nearly straight with the point of impact about the point of the fire hydrant. So from here to the fire hydrant accelerated. Where's my mouse? Boom, 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 crunch. Right about here or here. But now we're well past it. And the impact, he would have to hit his head on that berm. Pirouette. Land on the grass. Unless they're saying the grass was hard enough. I know they're going to do a ground hardness weather expert. Maybe they're going to say the grass was hard enough that it could have caused that. That is on a curve in the snow. In reverse. Oh, yeah. And do it drunk, too, because they're claiming she was drunk as a skunk. So she was able to drive straight in reverse at high speed without swerving off the road or anything. Can you please show the house looking from the corner of Fairview towards the house? By corner of Fairview, are you looking down here? Let's go down the street. So way down here, there's going to be virtually no view. You can just see the curve in the road, and we have to go up around the bend, or almost up to the bend to get to the house. Right here. Lorby, thank you very much. Happy to do this. Let's just Google Earth, but let's see. Let's go up to the top because there are two ways in, right? You've got the corner up, all the way up here. Click and go, go, go. I want to go up here. Go, go, go. Okay, so from this corner, looking back, this is Fairview Road right there. That's looking ahead. So this is the view. Got one blurred house. Is that our blurred house? Yeah, that's the blurred house. So you can see this house from the corner because there's no obstructions, no serious obstruction as far as trees. Realizing that in the wintertime, trees like this guy right there that we see are going to have no leaves on it. Anything else we want to look at while we're here in the neighborhood on the jury view? This is the recycling bin out by the... Whoops. How did this one not get blurred? This particular view looks crystal clear. Google, you missed one. Now we have the view. It's there. C is for Canton. Is that C is for Canton cops? I don't know. High school. So let's take a look around the neighborhood. The neighbors are still blurred. That one isn't. See a Ring doorbell over there. Guess the cops didn't notice that one. There's a better view of the door. If I zoom in, I think I'm going to get blurred. Let's see what happens. No, I can't zoom in. Door here, door there. This was probably the door people went in and out of. Ricky C., thanks for your generosity. The house across the street's where they got the Solo cups. Nothing like it. Rachel Johnson, Miranda Jane, Mother of Beagles, and Lisa Havlisic, all gifted memberships. Thanks to Ricky C.'s generosity today. Thank you very much. I don't think for a second there were no cameras. I think any video evidence either was deleted or has just not been presented. I think it was not collected. C is for cool. Why would he have two front doors? Poor design. No, I don't know. It's. I'm guessing that the house, when it was built, was probably not all built at the same time. The reason I say that is this part of the house has different siding down here than the rest. So they might have built an addition, maybe. We could go way back in time and see if that happened. Or it's a mudroom. It's interesting. They've got a an address placard here and a Ring doorbell there. That Ring doorbell probably was not there before. Bree Roz, welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. One door enters the mudroom. Or the blood room, depending on what you have on you. Private entrance for a renter? No, I don't think the interior layout makes it a private entrance. C is for Chloe. That's cheaty. All right. I've got a bunch of texts requesting different views. Let's see. 34 Fairview sold on April of 2023 for $905,000. Hey, how's it going? They're upstairs on the. Oh, they're in my pocket. Are you going somewhere? Okay. Yeah, close the door. It's loud out there. I got music. That will give me a copyright strike. Okay, don't do that. All right. Britt Bottoms, member for 15 months of the jury. Thank you very much, Britt. 15 months in and still not a suspect yet, but I do know where the bodies are buried. Yeah, $905,000 is what it sold for. It's a nice house. It's a nice house. It's in a desirable neighborhood. Let's see. I can't show the microdot stuff on here. That would get me a copyright strike as well. There are some pictures. We've got some reporters who are nearby showing that they did rent, in fact, a bus. The judge and the jury has arrived. They're on scene. Is this on? Is this on Threads or on Twitter? Oh, it's on Twitter. Let me just do a quick check on Twitter and see what the status is of the jury right now. See how long they're going to be here. Jonathan Hall from 7 News is on scene as a media representative watching this view take place. And so he's giving some live tweets for some updates. See, he says we are 100 yards away as ordered by the court. Canton police are near the former Brian Albert home, waiting on the bus. Jurors gathering in Dedham at the courthouse first. Reed's Lexus. It's the black SUV. Let me see if I can show you. Let me bring you. We're on 3 there, so we're going to come in on 4. Got to get Twitter over on the other computer really quickly, so. Here we go. Let me show you the picture that Jonathan Hall shared just briefly here. Going to camera 7. Jonathan Hall from 7 News, providing this on Twitter, shows that from his view from 100 yards away, this is looking back at the house as it is now with the Lexus, Karen Reed's Lexus put there. Now, the placement of this is quite interesting. Look at the shadows from this tree. We could draw a vertical line and say that the fire hydrant is here, and count the cracks in the. Let's see if we can do this. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 3 sections. I don't know if that curb, does that look right? The placement almost puts her down like a third of the way past the body for sure in that picture. Canton Cop's doing the Canton Cop thing. That's in the corner away down the street where we turned around, opposite from the other corner. And then he shows a picture of the view with everybody there. Crystal Transport provides the transportation with the blackout bus windows. I think the jury was told to disregard anything they see out the window unless they get to the view. But great pictures there. He's worth a follow on Twitter for sure. Look how small the front yard is. That's an image from. Let's see. It looks really small here, but it's 43 feet. Think of the length of an average car, right? You're doing a zoom, so depth of field is changing. Things, objects are looking different as you zoom in on them. But because look how flat, like from the flagpole, it looks like the distance from the flagpole to the fire hydrant is relatively short, like just a couple feet. But we know that it's a 30-foot distance from here to the street outside the flagpole. So 30 feet there, that makes sense that this could be 40, almost 50 feet of sidewalk and grass and curb. Just the camera angle. Yes, that is the Lexus. It's not at all sloped as it appears in the Google images either. You want to see Zillow? Give me a second. Let me get Zillow pulled up. All right. Here's our Zillow. Give me full screen so I can see. Where's my mouse? There it is. All right. Just a quick overview. It looks like we're dealing with 2,366 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 4 bath. Last sale price was $905,000. That's its current appraised value. Estimated market value over here with just over $1 million. So it's gone up a tiny bit, and it's been it looks like a fairly good investment with the peak right up here where it dipped once the trial information came out. So that became undesirable, but it quickly recovered from that. Neighborhood homes, similar square footage, similar prices. So it looks like it's consistent with the neighborhood, so it's not trading it below or above those pricings. Front of the yard right here. What was that picture? Let's go back here. Walk through. We've got 23 pictures of the home. This is the front, looking straight in at the 2 front doorways. No cars in the driveway. The grass needs some fertilizer, or maybe got a little too much. Looking back from the driveway, this is why I say that people who pulled in the driveway or pulled up to the house probably would have walked on the driveway to the house and probably would have gone in the closer door, which I think was closer to where the action was happening, closer to the kitchen, the dining room, the drink section in the house. Looking inside, I think we're seeing the main door on the left. So we've gone inside the mudroom door, and we've turned left, and we're seeing the kitchen or the main door there. Looking back here, probably on the main room as well. Main floor, it looks like they have a little sunroom off the back of the house. You can see in the background, right down here, this is the hatch opening to the basement. They looks like they have their own high top, you know, why not? Oh no, family, yay. Nice kitchen, center island, plenty of room for cups and whatever else. Here's where you do your business. Laundry room, don't have a reference for that. Maybe we'll get a layout later. This appears to be, I'd say, a master bedroom just from the size of the bed and the curved TV. But might just be a bedroom. This is a smaller bedroom, smaller TV. Another bedroom. Another bedroom. Hang on. What bands were those on the walls? A couple albums pinned up. Does it say kick to the knee? What? Somebody zoom in on this. I can't. Eric says, I have those lights. I hate them. Hate them. I hate a flush mount light fixture. It's the only kind I know how to install. I'm in trouble. The other bathroom, my son's singing in the background. It looks like baseboard heaters, ceiling fans, both requirements. So this is, well, now we're in the basement. We're in the basement. This is where, oh, the carpet's been removed. We've got a weight set, plenty of hard objects down there. Room to flex and throw punches or whatever else you want to do. This is backyard ground level. This makes it look like it's bigger than it is. Look at that huge space looking towards the house, over the pool. And from the other corner, they use special lenses to catch this. And the pool, just recently cleaned. No leaves in there. Although it looks a little cloudy. Might need to clear. Here we go. Here's our layout. This is what we're looking for. Oops. All right, so we have a deck starting at the top, a deck, the three season room, not 4. I'm guessing at the middle of summer, this is just miserable outside. Not just kidding, probably winter that they don't use that. The living room here, this is our entrance, like our mudroom entrance. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Front door. Oh, there we go. Here's our front door, main front door. This is our mudroom door, which actually goes into the living room. And then we have, where's the 3 front doors? I only show 2. Unless you're talking about the garage doors out here. And I don't see how the garage enters into, there's no entrance from the living room side. Remember the picture in the living room? Let's go back to the living room. It's way back here. So this, with the fireplace, the other side of this wall is the garage. And they have no entry from the garage into the fireplace. Or in through the fireplace, the hearth, the mantle, everything, these bookshelves, it looks like they're symmetrical. We can only see part of it, but it looks like you probably have this same layout over here on this side. So jumping back over to the map view, or the builder view, what do you want to call it, the diagram. That's our fireplace. The garage is right here. It's not shown. But there's no entrance from the garage. So if you go park the car, get out of the car, go out of the garage, close the garage door, then go in the mudroom or the living room. So that would explain why they have that second door there. And let's see, so we've got on the basement floor, if you go in the main door, on the left you have a study. You've got the stairway going upstairs to the second floor, which is up here. Stairs come up, and then you've got a bedroom over the main room. You've got a bedroom over the kitchen or the dining room. You've got a bedroom over there's the kitchen. There's the dining room, bedroom there. You've got a bedroom over the entryway. You have a bathroom, back-to-back bathrooms, and then the master bedroom, which is second floor with its 2 windows, which overlook the front lawn, with the master closet and master bath. Down in the basement, if you were to go downstairs, which looks like the stairs, see where these are. This stairs going up and down. I'll have to look at that again. We've got a large exercise room, which covers most of this. This, I believe, is where it has an exit. Exercise room. I can't read this one. Storage, possibly, and then cannot read these words. My eyes are so terrible. You can probably see it better. A bonus room. A bonus room. It's not a bedroom because there's no closet, but it does have a bathroom down there with dual doors. So interesting layout. Going back to I want to see how the stairs get down into the exercise room, if we can find that. Okay, this has the alcove off to the side. So let me orient that with our map. That's the exercise room with the alcove off to the side. So we're looking from the back of the house forward into the exercise room. So just behind us would be the little hatch exit, the below ground exit with the covered opening. DSN, thank you very much for the super stickers. OP! Love it. Love it. I remember Brian Albert saying Chloe was upstairs. He took her by the collar and walked her down to the basement and outside. Am I correct? I believe there was some discussion about using those doors, but I don't think they use them on a regular basis. Interesting to know if there's a video of the driveway to see the forward edge was cleared of snow. I don't think we have video of anything like that. Typically, the garage will have a back door leading out. You could go back into the house through the basement or 3 seasons. The thing is, the back door, that step down from ground level down to the back door, and that's covered for a reason. It's covered so you don't get rain and snow in there. And we know it was raining and snowing. They most likely would not have left that open because that gives you a potential for flooding into the house. It needs to be covered to keep the elements out. That night they did. We'll listen for that testimony. I'll listen for that. It's just one of those houses that has a lot of little rooms. It's a 5-bedroom with a bonus room, exercise room, storage room. It's got a lot of nice rooms. Looking around at the pictures here one more time. I think the activity that night would have been in the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. So those 3 rooms that sort of adjoin each other on the main level. Of course, we know that people went downstairs and upstairs. Even just briefly, we'll hear testimony about that. Pool. The pool looks cleaned of debris, but suspiciously murky. I mean, you can't see anything, any ladders below water level. They just, the water's like cloudy. That's not good. You don't want cloudy water. Anything can be there. See if the taxes were paid. I'm just kidding. It was listed back in 2022, the same year, late in the year that after John died there, for $950,000. Sold for less than that, though. So they list it here for $950,000. It sells for $905,000, right? And then it's now climbed up to over $1 million. What's special about this house? I've been looking for a great house in a perfect neighborhood. Well, here it is. This 5-bedroom, 2 full and 2 half-bath home is perfectly located on the in this Kennedy School District. The home boasts a master bedroom with a walk-in closet, with 4 other bedrooms on the second floor, completely finished basement with a family room and exercise room, an amazing backyard with a perfectly placed in-ground pool, and the list goes on. I could go on and on about this house. Just come by and see for yourself. Fairview Road is located in the perfect commuter location, too, just minutes from Amtrak and commuter rail stations, and easily accessible to I-95, Route 128, and Route 1. Welcome home. Perfect. It sounds perfect. What could possibly go wrong? No mention of prior history. I think that would have to be disclosed to a buyer, though. Looking at the bedrooms, the bathrooms, dining room features wall-to-wall carpet in the bedroom. Let's see what it says about the exercise room. There's family room. Kitchen, bedroom, living room, bedroom, heating, cooling. Doesn't list the exercise room that I can see here, or I'm missing it. I'm looking for the recently removed carpet entry, but it's not there. Oh, here we go. Exercise room. It's just slid right in there, even though it's the largest room in the house. They just barely mention it. Total interior area, livable area, 2366. That does not typically include the garage space, but it does have a 2-car garage attached. Off-street parking, corner lot. Corner lot. They count that bend as a corner. I guess the angle of that does sort of carry out through the whole yard and makes the backyard wider at the back than at the front. So that makes sense. There's parcel numbers. We could do some digging on that and see, if taxes were ever late, but that's irrelevant to this case. Built in 1974. Does have electric circuit, public sewer, public water, electric range, electric dryer, washer hookup. Electric's probably high there, especially with the electric heating, with the baseboard heating. Community. Public transportation, supportive police department, shopping, pool. I'm not just kidding, I added that part. Tennis courts, park, walk, jog, trails, golf, bike path, conservation area, highway access, house of worship, private school, public school, and tea station. There's the pending sale. Took a couple months to close. Closed at just under 50, about 50,000, 45,000, 44,000 below their asking price. And they pay about $8,000 to $9,000 in taxes annually. Walk score only 14 out of 100. This is ignore the perfect place for walking, jogging, trails, bike path, conservation areas. No, in fact, when the algorithm looks at it, it says this is a very car-dependent area, and it's only somewhat bikeable. The walk score goes down significantly when there's no designated sidewalks and you have to walk on the street. Nearby schools, they have great schools: JFK Elementary, William H. Gavin Middle School, Canton High School. Let's see what else you have. More about the schools. Local legal protections. Let's hear about that. Okay, those are just the standard gender identity, sexual orientation on housing, employment, and public accommodations. Hey, Mrs. Ari. What? Yeah. And that's it. That's our full listing. So looking at the parcel map really quickly. They say it's a, let's go full screen on this. That's not it. Lot lines. Give us the lot lines. They say it's a corner lot. I would say that the house next door is a corner lot. You're bounded by two perpendicular lines. I mean, this little bend makes it a corner lot. I'm not seeing that. Yeah, I'm saying that corner lot is a bit of a stretch. Or is having more fun than we are. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying looking at everything. All right. Definitely not a corner. Yes, police officer on that house. That's the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. What? The realtor site is misleading. Say it. So, well, they've got the little disclaimer at the bottom. Everything we meant for it to be accurate. If we did make a mistake, it wasn't our fault. We apologize, and please verify everything yourself, and don't trust our explanation. Let's see. Missed a couple milestones and stuff here, so let's go back a bit. Britt Bottoms, member for 15 months of the jury. Thank you. Karen F., member for 19 months, says, woohoo, I haven't been able to join for a while. I sure missed you, Ari. Karen, welcome back. Next month. Oh, gee. I think you already are, but Caitlin Newell gives a super chat, says, is today a half day for us? It should be, but the juror review should be wrapping up right now, and they'll be heading home or heading back to the courtroom, so we're going to hang tight and see what happens. We should still get some testimony. Bite Me, Rebecca says, dawned on me that we're playing a continuous game of Clue. Love it. Yogi Kaz, member for 4 months. Woohoo! 4 months! Yogi, love it. 2 more months. You get a new color of courthouse. 6 months, it changes again. Thank you. Thank you for your support. All right. Please show us John's house. What was the address for John's house? Somebody give me the address really quickly. Carol Engel, member for 8 months. Great investigation. Well, it was more thorough than... No, never. Just kidding. 1 Meadows. Is it Meadows Ave or Meadows Road? Okay. Let's exit Street View. And it was still in Canton, right? All right, let's go to camera 7. Nope, camera 3. Sorry. Take the wrong one and hit enter and see if the map will make us move. Did it work? What is that? There we go. We're flying. We have liftoff. We've taken off. We've oriented with north again. And now we're just over the same place. So let's go back and say 1 Meadows Road, Canton. Come on. I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. That's why it's not working. All right, zoom out. This is all of Canton now. Google it. We've got Meadows Ave. Is it Meadows Avenue? It's Avenue. Okay, that makes a little difference. So we're zooming in on Meadows Avenue. All right, let's zoom in a little bit and see what this looks like. Okay, this would be John's house and where Karen was that night, 1 Meadows Ave. This is a corner lot, a true corner lot. And we can see a couple things here if we zoom in. Let's take it down to Street View first, right down here. All right. First of all, a nice, cozy little lane. Pretty area. No trespassing. We can't go past this fence line, so we'll have to stay outside the yard right now. I did not realize, if you look here, I didn't realize the driveway was sort of notched. It has a curve taken out of it. So parking is inside the garage. We've got 2-car garage there, but you enter from the side. Basketball hoop. It also has the 2 front door entrances with the mudroom. Very similar layout. Probably same design, but different on the front doors. If this were the master bedroom upstairs in the corner, it only has a single bedroom. So I don't think that is. It's probably going to be this area there. Let's go over here on... you got my phone for me? Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Let's take a turn and go right over here so we can go down the street and then look back to see if the Google car can look over the fence, and it can. So we're going to peek along right here. This is the view we wanted. This is the camera, or this is a camera that plays predominantly in this case, because it has a view looking down on the driveway. When they opened the garage door, it was this garage door that was used for Karen's car, and I believe John's mom and dad live there right now. I believe his mom and dad live in this home. Sandy gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Sandy. Amazing. And also gave us a super chat saying, thanks for showing us all the view of the home views and the information. It's so helpful. I'm glad I could help. Appreciate it. If there's something specific you want to see, let me know and I'll try to show you. Renee Valzo. Is it Renee Valzo Williams? Did I get that right? First try. Thank you for all you do. You're welcome, Renee. Thank you. Thank you for your support. 10 gifted memberships is huge. Thank you, Sandy. Miss Chris also, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. You're one of us. You can never leave. Love that orange courthouse. Thanks for your continued support. This property is this right out here is where the truck pulled up when they confiscated the car, when they came to pick it up and tow it away. So we've got a police car at one point that pulls into the driveway here, but he only pulls in like to right here, just far enough that he's off street. And we'll see some dash cam video from that, looking at the vehicles in there. But so that's going to be important later on. It's a pretty house. I like the shrubs. I mean, I don't like having the shrubs, but they're trimmed well, all uniform, look neat. Layout is great. Sort of a low maintenance yard as far as that's concerned. What kind of tree is that? These telephone wires look really low. Is that? And like you could stand on the fence and touch the wires. This is car level looking at the house. So I realized the Google car has a pole, a mast on the top. So it's probably 3 or 4 feet above the top of a small compact car. But looking horizontally over, it's nearly these are low. I'm not sure if I would be. It's probably what I have in my yard. Now that I think of it. Let's see. Kathy, we did look at the 34 Fairview. It is over $1 million right now as an estimated value. The grass looks much greener, says Virginia. He has a pretty big yard. Let's go back to Skyview really quickly, exit the street view, and take a look from the top down. It's a nice corner lot. No pool, but it does look like they have some sort of gazebo or a shed or something out here. It looks probably shed. Square footage wise, smaller house, more reserved. Is this a walkway? Oh no, I thought there was a sidewalk behind their property, but there's not. Fully fenced backyard, partial fenced front yard. Decorative mostly, but nice little house. looking from their yard around at their neighbors. This is out the front door, down the street. So it's sort of secluded with the full tree line. That's gives you some privacy from down the street. I like the small roads. I mean, this is like a 1.5 lane road. You can't zip by each other going different directions. It keeps it pretty small, but you do have a busier road out here with the double yellows. This is more substantial. It's more of a through road that goes through the whole neighborhood. So probably a lot of traffic on the outside here. Let's do a quick driving directions, shall we? Let's see if we can put a pin in this one. Oh, put it in the wrong spot. Put a pin right there, and then we're going to go back to 34 Fairview. Which is just over here. So just a hop, skip, and a jump, just a few minutes away. And we'll do a little analysis of how long it takes via a recommended route. So we might have to go to do we have directions here? Oh, we've got some other stuff on here. We don't do those. We're going to get directions from directions from 34 Fairview to One Meadows, because we know that Karen Reed did make this trip at one point. It recommends the direction that she did leave, and it shows that the trip is about 6 or 7 minutes, with a couple variants. There's some options you can take. Obviously, she could probably turn right, come across to the main road, and come down. But the shortest route, just 2.3 miles in good weather. Okay, this is good weather. 6-minute trip. This is going to be important when we start talking about timestamps for when Karen's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at John's house. So, hold please. I've got a call coming in. I need to answer. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Miss Ari had made a phone call, and somebody texted me and asked me questions, and I didn't know what the answer was. This drive is going to be important because Karen Reed made this drive in snow, in a blizzard, and the idea is, first of all, we know that the evidence will show, I will say this, the evidence will show that Karen Reed appears to be a more cautious driver when she is drunk. We have testimony from her that that's the truth. We have video evidence that that's the truth, and so it stands to reason that this trip would take at least the amount of time that's shown here. So 6 minutes, at least 6 minutes. That's going at speed limit and making the trip in the shortest route. Realtor RA, Show 1, Season 1, yes. that's going to be interesting for the timestamps. So keep that in mind. We'll. I think I'm going to screenshot this one. Which computer is it on? I can't find my mouse. Oh, this one. All right, screenshot done. All right. Anything else we need to cover before we go back to court, which currently they've turned the fans off. The fan has been powered down, probably for budgetary reasons. But it's all still. It's live shot from court right now. Anything else? The only fan is asleep. Shh. Virginia, she did snitch on herself, but guess who else snitched on themselves? Pretty much all the cops we heard from. Drinking and driving seem to be more common there than in other parts of the world, at least more commonly accepted. If memory gets better over time, maybe driving gets better with more drinking. It's possible. It's possible. Maybe this Commonwealth will come out and say because she pressed the gas pedal 75%, or that's what they're going to say the evidence shows in the car when she was backing up, then she probably pressed it 75% for the whole trip home. That's how she made it in 3 minutes. She was driving south, so she had to have come in from another direction. Or she turned around. I don't remember her testimony about arriving. But the testimony was that she was facing south when she left. Timothy Kane, thanks for clicking on the subscribe button. We call that admitting to be an addict. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. You're one of us now. And in a minute, you'll be able to type and talk. Sorry, we do have that delay. It keeps the trolls out. Like, they're not patient. Let's see. Did that 2020 interview hurt Karen's testimony? This is what I said the other day, and this is what I think is still true. The videos that Karen has made in the interviews can be seen a couple different ways, and I like the way Josh Canton, Courtroom Confidential. I'm sorry, Josh. Canton and Courtroom are being substituted in my head. Josh at Courtroom Confidential says it can be viewed a couple ways. A jury might look at this and say, what guilty person is going to go out and just tell the entire world the story and just want to talk about it? Nobody should want to do that. And here she is saying, you guys need to hear, this is not right. This is a problem. I did not do this. I'm innocent. All this story, her effort to go out and share that, even though she doesn't present it, as a seasoned actor or actress might, professionally and always with the proper appearance and never looking bad or showing, that side of you that might not be as pleasing to look at. They might look at that and say, hey, that gives me, I believe her more because she's willing to do this. And they might also look at the clips that the Commonwealth is showing and say, that was a pretty short clip. I wonder what came before that and what came after that. If that's the case, I don't think the videos are hurting the defense, but I sure don't think they're helping them. She either misspeaks, she says things as part of a larger conversation that, taken out of context, can really be interpreted the wrong way, which I think the Commonwealth is trying to use to their full effect. Lizzie, the jury is on a juror view right now. We're waiting for them to come back to the courtroom and start up the OnlyFan. But they should be back probably fairly soon. We might get a little bit of testimony before we take lunch, and then it's going to be a half day. Can you show where the snowplow driver was when he said he saw no car parked there? It was either, let's see, which one am I on? Let's go back. Let's go back here. The snowplow driver was, let's see, we're looking at Fairfield right here. There was one of two places. I think he was right here, which would put him one house away. Okay. So if you look at this point that I'm pivoting on, that's the intersection, the end of Fairview Road. So he was driving by here and looked down. He would have been looking down, either coming from, if he was coming to make a left onto the lane, he would look down and have had a clear view of the 34 Fairview house, at least the property in front of it. If he was coming from the right, that corner is wide open. Look how rounded this corner is. So he gets a good view. By the time he can look down that road, he can see all the way down past the Fairview house. So he would have had a good viewpoint that way. If he was coming up from the bottom and was talking about this intersection, it's a little bit different. But I'll spin at this intersection and show you if he was turning off and doing this little neighborhood, which I don't think was the case. This is a circle, okay? If he was talking about that, which the more I look at this, there's no way that he was talking about that. He still has a view up that would allow him to see at least the fire hydrant and the trees and everything outside the house. But it's sort of obscured because these trees are hanging over it here. He would have been underneath this viewing the road, and so I still think he would have been able to see if there was a car up there if he had stopped and turned around at the circle. But I think he said he was at the end of the road right here. So I'm sure we'll hear from him. We'll hear from him at least in defense, if not on the state side. All right, good news. The fan has been started, which means people are probably coming back to court. The fan is on. Is it possible the snowplow covered him with snow? He was driving Frankenstein, the Franken truck. The fan seems to be changing speed, like somebody turned it on and turned it back off again. It's slowing down. We have a false alarm. The only fan has entered slow mode. I'm actually, a little part of me is sad inside watching this happen. Selena K gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Selena. Love that you're here. Thank you so much. Cody Height, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. I feel like I can't pull my eyes away. I want to see the moment it stops. Can we get one more full rotation? Watching the blade come around, it's just not going to make it. It's not going to make it. And a little counter rotation even. Which means it's out of balance. All right. No fans. No fans today. You stopped answering my question about the snowplow, says Dog Lover. Thanks for a reminder. If you're, I grew up in an area that has a lot of snowplows, and the plows that plow the road are designed to be able to take a heavy load of snow and push it out of the way of the truck before the amount of the snow in front of the truck builds to the level that the truck can't push it, right? So the idea is to take the snow and push it to the side. The plow is tipped. It runs at an angle. I might need to get some cars out. But if we have... What am I going to use? We're going to use a remote control. If this is the plow driving forward, the front of the plow is going to be at an angle, a slight angle, probably I'd say 15 degree angle or so. That would mean when it pushes forward, snow is going to hit the plow and be shoved off to the side. Generally, it's slanted to the right, but they can shift direction. Some of them, the plows, you can change the slant so the snow gets shoved off to the left or to the right. Some of them actually split in the middle, and they're usually smaller trucks that do that, not the big state plows, because the state plows have a heavy blade, literally a blade that gets replaced frequently on the edge of the plow. That's the part that rubs against the road, and it's a solid piece of steel. You'll see sparks and stuff when they're dragging along the road. So they're usually not hinged on the state plows. So push either to the side or to the left. You rarely would plow completely straight forward because then the snow just builds up in front and it just gets bigger and bigger, and you end up just stopping. There's too much weight in front of you that you're pushing. That angle is enough to make the snow roll over and out of the way, but unless you're going really fast, it doesn't throw the snow like a snowblower does. So it will throw it maybe, if you're going 25 miles an hour down the street, which a truck can do in a residential area, it's going to throw it 2 or 3 feet over the edge. Thank you. Got my phone back. All right. My face is fuzzy. Oh, that's my goatee. That's what it is. No, just kidding. All right. Fan's still off. Can we go to the bar? You want to do let's see where the waterfall bar is. Was the waterfall the last one they went to? They started at McCarthy's and then went to the waterfall, right? So let's get rid of the directions. Instead, we'll find... See, Waterfall Bar and Grill in Washington Street, Canton, Mass. Right here, ready, set, go. There we go. This is downtown. This is actually a fairly nice area downtown. Nice little shops. Where did it put us? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Look at this. We heard the testimony. This is like a dual use unit, so it's like a bar and condo. So the bar is downstairs and people live upstairs or something like that. Let's go down on the street view. Oh, don't want that. Yes, I did confirm I got that. It's gone. It's gone. I have to bring it back up. I lost my map. Thanks for not giving away my full email address, Apple. But yes, I did get the Apple TV. It's here. Your command of Google Earth is enviable. Not really. Not really. It's a bit of a drive from Waterfall to Fairview. It is. Probably, I'd say, 10 to 12 minutes minimum. All right. Looks lovely there. It does. I'm not sure if I want to get that back up. It was acting up. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right. This is the Waterfall Bar. This is the street side. Not much garden space. You got the Village at the Forge Pond, Waterfall Bar and Grill, a couple other small shops there on the bottom. So it's like a little strip mall or on the bottom, but houses on top. I'm guessing you don't want to be in this one before closing time. Nobody goes to bed above them before closing time because, whatever happens downstairs, you hear. It's a pretty little area. Let's take a look at the cars. The reason I like to take a look at the cars is it tells us a little bit about the economic prosperity of the clientele that live there. So we do have a nice bright yellow Hummer. That's there. Couple nice sedans, some SUVs, crossover. That might be a Land Rover. Oh, that's a Jeep over there in the corner. Nice Jeep, nice cars. So we've got some dentists there, a staffing service. Nice little property. This dumpster right here is probably filled up entirely from garbage from the bar. Let's see, property of Waterfall Bar and Grill. No, fire lane. This is why the property looks so nice. Not an advertisement, not a sponsor, but they're there. There's a nice car right here. That would be a Porsche. Just a little bit of money. Some nice trucks. Porsche is nice. Okay, let's go back out here by the waterfall, and let's take a quick trip over to McCarthy's as well, while we wait for the fan to fire up. I don't know how to spell McCarthy's. Oh, it's right there. CF McCarthy's is just down the road. So it's literally just a bar hop. So you've got Waterfall. Let's go to Street View. Okay. You've got the Waterfall Grill right here, and you get out of your car like this guy does, and you walk in and you drink whatever you want, and then you come out and you just walk down the street. And let's do a little hop here. Just we'll drive down here, couple steps down. Let's go a bit further. Come on. I think it's right along here. Looking for CF McCarthy's, Canton Music School, K&K, sorry. That's different. K&K Landscape. Drive through the red light because we're not waiting for it to turn green. Is this it? Indulgence, authentic Thai massage. Okay, we'll just keep driving down the road a little further. Maybe I missed it. Minuteman Press. I think I passed it. Let's exit Street View and see where it was. Yeah, McCarthy's should be right here. Space Art. Oh, it's right there. Okay, McCarthy's is right here in the middle. This is McCarthy's. Oh, no, more Thai massage. There it is. It's the green one. Now serving brunch. So there's McCarthy's. And looking back up the street, that right there, you can see is where this white car is. That is the waterfall. I wonder if the jury gets to stop at McCarthy's or the waterfall and grab some lunch or the high tops. Please go to court. Okay. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Okay, hang on. We've got to back up just a tiny bit because they started without the fan even. Okay, start the fan. We're going to be on 1.25 speed. If you give me just 1 second. Because we are a couple minutes behind. I was busy at McCarthy's. You can't fault me for being at McCarthy's when court started. Are we 3 minutes behind? So we're 2.5 minutes behind. There we go.
Who is your next witness?
You're on the call with call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
We were bar hopping and almost missed court. It happens. Hang on, I'm going to slow this down. It's too fast. It sounds like Mr. Lally's doing the
I
questioning.
solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning, Laura.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, Epperson Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
What, if any, is your
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
Could you remove the microphone
how long have
from
you
your
worked at
nostril?
Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I've been, I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury what is pathology?
Welcome, Cody.
Pathology is well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited. Still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood tests is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out. If they're normal, if they do a CBC and
basically
look
you
at
weren't
the
listening to my last answer.
hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please, Mr. Lally, while you approach, just bend that microphone a little ways away from him. His lips are literally hitting it as he speaks. You're hearing the noise.
I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished.
Can you at least hold those documents between you and the microphone? This is mic abuse. And now we need to wash it after it's day 2.
And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which
says we're only
pretty much details in detail
lesser while we're on duty.
What goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Patient identification is very important, especially if you're doing, I don't know, amputations and things like that, but also applies
You can introduce in a minute the next exhibits.
with alcohol blood testing.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection would be the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
This is Mr. O'Lally's first little shindig.
The DOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
I see some Hall's cough drops open there.
Exhibit 36.
Court recorder has them open on her desk. Maybe she throws them at people as needed. Mr. O'Lally using his four-color push-button pen from
What types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab, a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to.
No, we got moist.
Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that.
Supervisor took them home.
When were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
So you have no personal knowledge of that actually
What is
happening?
a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they come, they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency, and then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with a phlebotomist initial and date and times. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
The watery part.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested. So that technologist will walk the specimen over, it's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box, and the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
Oh, R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Phlebotomy just rolls off the tongue, but you can't spell phlebotomy without phlegm. You know, just saying.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again, and you can just look at that and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And, sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
This was the next line. It's not like that.
It's
not
1/9/22.
It's not.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Just count the glasses up and down, up and down. Hair removed to expedite the process.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could, explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
Okay. And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? Objection. All right, thank you.
Exhibit 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the doctor?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Miss Little gets to cross. I like Miss Little. Let's see how she does. I want her to say what, if any, just to poke at Lally a little bit.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are
so this is the only
testing
time.
alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common. I think uncommon.
You'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
This is
But
cross-examination.
CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team. to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never been, we've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
He says he's not aware.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you. I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive, it's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Say that again. Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional questions about NADH, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system
I didn't ask that question.
is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this. Maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do. We take the patient's sample, and it's based on we add because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add actually in the test system alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there, and what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light and there's physics and looks at 340 nanometers. And it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient's sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations?
The judge knew she stepped in it there. She allowed him to go in way too far.
Of the serum testing.
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is icterus, which is high bilirubin. And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. That can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor.
Please.
I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hematite.
Yeah.
If I could just
Go
ask
ahead
you
and
a
ask
few
your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid, or LDH, actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Good job.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't, no.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
I think the combination of this witness being long-winded and the judge stepping in and saying, let him answer, allowed for answers that should not have been.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration in whole blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, Doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range. 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has it's an FDA-approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed, levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, showed that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low, normal levels, slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Our machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Is there a record that shows they did?
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
The last part was the key, where they said basically we compare our results with the guys that do the headspace test.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Jason Becker, witness number 2 for the day.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training?
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's 2.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the 2 stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the
engine, correct.
Yeah. Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the 2 of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time, so he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead?
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient whether voluntarily or involuntarily because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Who, if any?
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are some of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was gone dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
The objection was
During
leading.
those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection.
I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying she would have stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said, but that's what she said to me.
But the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Objection.
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Honor.
AJ's back up. Let's see how he goes today. This guy.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This witness, the only thing he's added to what we had before was that Miss Reed apparently said in the ambulance that the last conversation she had with John was an argument. That's the only thing he brought. That's the only reason he was called for. Possibly to
Good afternoon, Firefighter
substantiate
Good afternoon.
previous
When you
testimony.
first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door?
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there?
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
more like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it was more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are two females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just two of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time, I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
Well, she had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection. A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital, I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation?
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's what I was trying to
we
get
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call we jot down notes on a notepad, just so when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes, I did. I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right. Can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
All right. Sidebar it is. This witness is obviously nervous. He's a young guy. He just likes saving lives. He did not sign up to go testify in court. And Let's see what's... Oh, I missed it. Mr. Lally trying to get in the exact testimony word for word. He's trying to read the testimony that came in during the grand jury testimony, and I think he'll be able to get there, but he might have to go around about a different way instead of just reading it in. You have to first refresh his recollection, which he has not indicated that he does not recall. That's why Mr. Lally can't read that in. So he needs to ask what the exact wording was, have him get it wrong, refresh his recollection. Isn't it true that you said this? And then it would be yes or no. But I meant Brennan on the objection. Let's see. Did I call AJ Lally? No, I meant Brennan on the objection, not Lally.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
Defense won this one.
I don't recall.
Doesn't recall. We can refresh his recollection with that. Yeah, approach. If he chooses to.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I said when I said Lally, I was talking about the person who made the objection and why they made the objection, and I meant Brennan. I was not calling Jackson Lally.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I know I've been roasted in chat.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Great. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details than there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay.
Somebody's popping down.
But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Get yourself a nice lemon drink and some honey in it. And don't talk for the rest of the day.
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Right.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
Her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Commit that to your memory, then regurgitate upon demand.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she.
Whoa.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second.
You can't read it to him. Look at the shrug from the witness. Hang on. Let's see. Do I have? Where's my replay machine? Hang on. I need to get that up on the screen here. The shrug he gave the camera there at the end was so good. Okay. Okay, let's jump over to, we're on camera 7 for the replay. Okay, so watch this.
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell the grand jury? So she
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Okay, we're going to slow it down. That's a good face. There it is. He's like, so he's like, he's like, what am I doing wrong? He doesn't know if it's him or somebody else that's being objected to.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing
He's
you
doing
that
great, by the way.
statement that you made.
Great witness.
That includes the last words. But there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh, okay,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why approach? He said, yes, I used
May I ask
argument.
you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13.
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
Okay, you can't refresh his recollection when he affirmatively answered. He recollects that he used the word objection. There's nothing to refresh there. If he said, I don't recall, then may I approach? I'll allow it. I don't know why the judge allowed him to approach at all, because there was no pending clarification needed there. Judge wants to see where we're going with this as well. Was there a sigh in there? I missed it. You guys sounded like there was at least a little bit of a sigh there from the judge. Yeah, she didn't sound happy. I think there was a sigh. Are we at 40 now? I have to go back and play it. Okay, let's see right here. We're going back on replay. Comes up.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
No sigh. No sigh. So we'll keep the siren counter at 39. There may have been a sigh away from the microphone, but we did not catch it. Brenda, I study the law every day, just by watching it happen and by hanging out with and talking with some great legal minds, some in chat, some fellow creators. But no, I am not a lawyer. I am not. I did not pass the bar exam. I did not sit for the bar exam. I did not study for the bar exam. I just love it. I've loved it since I was a kid. It was me sighing. It was my sigh I heard. I am law adjacent. Yes. I'm like a moist sponge when it comes to the law. I absorb it. Yes. Someone's passing around the Altoids. Now I want one. Take one of these, put it under your tongue, or crunch it. Either way. Yep, we're going with crunch. In my opinion, the objections to the speaking of them is detrimental to the defense because the jury is probably confused and frustrated to such a waste of time constantly. I think there have been a few speaking objections. I would say more so in this trial than the previous one, and the judge probably will shut that down at one point during this trial. But we've had a little bit more explanation. But I can tell you that the time I've spent watching court between the first trial and this one, my ability to pick up on what the objection was or what was objectionable about the statement or the question has increased a great deal. So I can see where it's hearsay or why it would be hearsay or where it would be leading. Where I think I'm better at Lori Vallow now, basically, than picking out what's leading and what's not. I don't think I could ever be a lawyer. The responsibility that sits on your shoulders to defend a client or prosecute and make sure you get the right person is heavy. It's much easier to sit on the sidelines and critique them than to carry that burden.
May I?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
Okay. You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant?
There was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
this has come in before.
Yes.
This has come in before. This is the conversation that the other EMT who was there for the Section 12 testified to, that Karen mentioned she had a strong support system. She was crying, or no, she was crying, and you know, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to do this going forward. And the EMT said, you've got a strong support system, and her head comes up, and she's like, if you knew Carrie Roberts, you wouldn't say that. It seems to me, it sounds like, you know, let me say this. If I talked to Karen and she told me that she misheard that, or she remembers that question being different, that would make sense to me. It seems like a weird response to, you have a strong support system. Well, if you knew Carrie Roberts, you wouldn't say that. It doesn't. Carrie Roberts is not her entire support system, right? It seems like a miscommunication, but it's one that obviously the Commonwealth wants to point out, because it makes Karen look bad, makes her look like a bad friend when Carrie was there, you know, to help early in the morning, trying to help her husband, and here's Karen supposedly saying something that like, I don't like her type thing. It doesn't fit very well. The puzzle piece doesn't match for me. Objection is definitely hearsay here, as we have a witness testifying to someone else's statements out of court. Now, Karen's, he can get in. It's very telling to me, at least it's notable to me that this witness is referring to Karen as the defendant. You'll see that with everyone who has a side in this, who is on a side when they're testifying. They'll refer to her as the defendant. Family members often don't want to mention the name of somebody they believe who has wronged them, and you'll see that, I think, in the family as well. But interesting. Who's the guy who sits behind the defense that looks on? He might be their tech dude. I don't remember his name. I don't think he's going to have a speaking part in this trial of any significance. But he's got two computer screens, one adjacent to the other. And so I'd say his tech role is a little bit heavier than most. Going back to what happened a little earlier with Ms. Little while she was doing cross-examination of the previous witness, I think the judge may have been a bit premature in giving the instruction to, you've got to let him finish, because the question had clearly been a yes/no question. Do you recall? Have you read this? You know, have you read this peer-reviewed article? Do you recall it? His answer was no. And then he started going on. She cut him off, and the judge said, "You have to allow it." That answer that he allowed, I think, was part of what opened the door. What she allowed was part of what opened the door to the redirect that really strengthened the Commonwealth's position in the testing the validity of it. So I think that was a mistake where the judge pried that door open a tiny bit.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that observe that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed?
A traumatic event, like
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Do you have more
Jurors, we
witnesses?
could do 6 minutes, but I think we'll just, this is probably a good place to stop. So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right?
A half a
I
day.
just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a
Don't
good
let
weekend.
anyone
We'll
log
see you
in and
Monday
post.
morning.
All rise to the court, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
And counsel, don't go. Don't go. Don't go, counsel. We need you here. So we'll hold tight for a minute, see if there's anything that's going to be covered in court before we leave. Half day today, half day tomorrow. Monday, you're right, I Rescue Dogs. Monday is ARCA Day, and it's going to be half day for the jurors, might be a full day for us. So we might have a half day of testimony and then a half day of ARCA, which is going to be spicy. We're going to turn it way up. The judge is coming in hot on this one, on this issue. She is mad. Let's see if do we got anything? Oh, people are still sitting around. She's mad. She feels like the defense did a dirty one, and sort of like what, cute by half? Was that the comment that was made? I know Josh Ritter used that phrase. Was too cute by half. In how they treated this discovery request and, sort of responding to this information about when did they actually get involved with ARCA. So Monday, we're going to find that out. The deadline, according to the judge's order, the deadline for the documents was today. It's the 25th. She wants all the information from ARCA today. That was an order to ARCA to provide, not the defense. Defense has already said we've given you everything we have, and it's only emails. We delete our text messages after 30 days. That raised my eyebrows a little bit when defense said that we delete our text messages after 30 days, but it is what it is. If they don't have them, they don't have them. They can't produce them. ARCA, on the other hand, might have a different deleting policy. They might still have their stuff like me from 7 years ago, because I delete nothing. I've got spam email from 7 years ago that I still, honestly, I haven't even opened. That's in my inbox, and it just sits there. ARCA may be like that, and they might have everything. If they have something that documents a difference between what defense laid out to the court as, or presented to the court as their initial interaction with an agreement with ARCA, we have a big problem. if everything is on the up and up and the documents show that nothing happened, even if they have text messages defense doesn't have, but it shows that defense was exactly truthful, then we're fine. But the Judge Beverly can still sanction the defense because of what she's already ruled was a violation. So even though, there was nothing to turn over, she says it already was a problem. ARCA is in Pennsylvania, so they're going to be traveling to Massachusetts for this. Is it Mr. Wolf? I hope it's Mr. Wolf on the stand. He's the one we liked from last time. He's the one who says we get to shoot cannons and everything for my job. What's not to love? So it'll be interesting to have him at the crosshairs of Judge Beverly Cannoni. That's gonna be spicy a little bit. My texts are set to delete in 30. My email is a whole different game. I've seen this a couple times. They should have had another judge, not the same one, because of bias. The problem was the mistrial was not because of the judge. If it was because of a bias, an action by the judge that presented or showed bias, then you would have a new judge. But the mistrial was because the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, according to Massachusetts law. And because of that, there's no need to change the judge. That's why she's still here. Plus, she doesn't want to let go of this case. I'd be surprised if ARCA guys don't come in with their own lawyers. ARCA lawyers, they must be great. ARCA is the accident reconstruction guys known as crash daddies. Well, that's what we called them. Some of us, anyway. Ivan, trained to brag, says he has 31,300 unread emails. I'm just saying, currently I show 44,794. Just saying. Let's see. ARCA engineering teams are comprised of a wide range of technical disciplines such as biomechanics, accident reconstruction, crash worthiness, failure analysis, human factors, and premises. Yeah, good stuff. They're the guys you go to when you have a question and somebody says, this happened. You're like, is that possible? Could that have happened? You go to ARCA. And ARCA recreates it. They take the scenario, they take every factor into consideration, and they redo, they rebuild, they recreate it, and then they roll tape. And they say, here's what we found. And based on our professional opinion, either this guy's blowing smoke or, yeah, that could happen. So last trial, their general consensus was prosecution. Here, the Commonwealth is blowing smoke. The story they told you does not add up and can't happen because of physics, which Commonwealth struggled with physics last time. ARCA does not struggle with physics. Commonwealth has to do better this time in that area. I'm very excited for Monday. Did you get my email? Nope. Yeah, that's how it goes. If you send me an email, Miss McGuire got double Kiki's Garden. What, do you guys sign up for spam intentionally? Sorry, Ivan. There are a couple areas where I've got you beat. Bitcoin Holdings is not. You've got me there, hands down. I win for the most unread emails. 83,000 there. You got me beat as well. So don't forget the crime scene spoke to me. All that's going to come out. Every painfully awkward moment that came out with the prosecutor's witness is going to be recreated because the defense can. If the witness comes back in this trial, this time around, we're going to go back. We're going to revisit that moment and make them relive it and either eat their words or make them own them. And either way, it's going to be fun to watch from an observer standpoint. Very nerve-wracking if you feel sympathy, like Ali B from Tennessee says. I'm sweating for this guy. I'm sitting here nervous about his testimony. It's going to be tough, Ali, to watch some of this stuff because people are going to have the screws put to him a little bit. Trooper Paul is on the defense's witness list. We're going to call him. But here's the problem. If defense calls him and Commonwealth doesn't, defense cannot lead. And so unless they get a designation of a hostile witness, they have to basically have him walk us through it. And why would he do that? He's going to be quite cagey. The more cagey he is, the more hostile witness likelihood that that designation happens from the judge. Fun but painful. Yes, it's like a sadomasochist type thing. Okay. Anything else? So they go into lunch now. Just let it. They're done for the day. The jury's going to lunch. We're waiting to see what happens with the sidebar here. See if maybe there's some argument before the judge. I'd like to see it on the record if we could, especially because there's not a jury here to try to keep in the dark. Got a call coming in. I think this is Angela. One second.
Call from Angela.
Angela, I'm getting better at reading your number. How are you doing? Hello again.
I'm doing good. You?
Great.
How about you? I'm actually happy that they had the first thing jury review because I had a presentation this morning and I came back just in time and I was done just in time to get back to court. So I'm happy for that.
That's perfect.
Yeah. There are people new people that doesn't know things that are regarding ARCA people. There are quite a few people that does not. ARCA was actually hired by the feds, and they were available. Yes, and they are available for both Commonwealth and defense. And it wasn't a must for either side to call them. Yet the defense chose to call them, but the Commonwealth didn't. That's a great question. Why not? Is it maybe because ARCA does not agree with Commonwealth's ideology of how or theory how everything unfolded that night? Just a thought.
Well, yeah, it's funny when you get, because when you think of the FBI and the Commonwealth, you'd think that their experts would probably agree, right?
Yeah.
FBI hires experts. The Commonwealth doesn't like their results, and they don't want to bring them in. Instead, defense brings them in and says, hey, look what the FBI did. Oh, of course, they can't say FBI. They have to say some other governmental body other than the ones here, or, hired outside. It wasn't us. They can do everything but say the letters FBI. But yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
But technically, hold on a second. We said that they can't say, if they call Superpol, they have to work around the crime scene, talk to him. But the new reconstructionist is the one who taught Superpol on the reconstruction, how to reconstruct accidents. So technically, there might be a workaround to get that through him. Did you teach Superpol how to read the accident or listen to the crime scene?
Yeah, they could ask that. I think there will be an objection because it's probably on a relevance factor. It might not come in. So we might hear the question and then it'd be objected to.
All right, we'll see you Monday.
Oh, we're done. That's it.
Well, but the thing is, the jury will hear it and they can't unhear it. And then Trooper Paul comes, and then here we go again. Let's ask the question.
And that works for us. The problem is the jury did not hear Trooper Paul the first time, so they're not going to be like, "Oh man, that was the line." They're not going to get the joke. If AJ drags it out of his trainer, saying, "Did he teach him how to have the crime scene speak to you?" And all of us are going to be rolling on the floor laughing, and Lally or Brennan's going to be like, "Your Honor, objection." And the jury's going to be like, what? But
I hope that AJ slips that in. I just hope he does that. Seriously.
They have to be careful because Judge Beverly Cannoni is she allows a little bit to go, a little bit of snark, but not much. And the Commonwealth is objecting at the first sign of anything objectionable. This is not Lori Vallow 2.0. we're not just letting it slide until it gets so egregious that we're like, seriously, Your Honor, put a stop to this. No, every single time, the first time they try to get a tiny bit, didn't Karen say? They're like, objection. They won't allow the tiniest bit of hearsay. So it'll be tough for him to squeeze that in, but might happen. Could happen.
He can always try.
We can always. It'll be a highlight reel. We'll replay it if it does. So.
Yeah. If you do a highlight reel, can I get a copy so I can post it on Instagram and share it?
Of course.
Or can you share it on Instagram so I can share? Because and everyone else can share it. Because when you post it a reel on Instagram, it's much easier to share it, than YouTube.
I can't remember what year it was when I last posted to Instagram. It might have been before.
I follow you on Instagram, so I might be able to answer that after I'm done talking to
Maybe
you.
I can give you a share folder with some of the clips.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out something.
But so that actually, it's gonna be fun, and I think that did we get the answer, because I wasn't there when they first started. Did we get the answer whether or not the experts can sit on or watch the other experts for rebuttal / defense case?
We didn't hear it if we did, and I don't think we did, and this is why. The judge specifically asked if the defense wanted to have an expert sit in on this expert witness today, the blood alcohol guy, and Miss Little said no. So I think that decision has been pushed off because it hasn't had to be made yet. Judge Beverly is great at pushing the decision off until it's crunch time and making it in the moment, but never ahead of time. So I think it'll be probably
also. Speaking of that guy, there is a huge. He's partially right and partially wrong regarding the test he has done to calculate back blood alcohol content and the forensic way to calculate it. Because when you do it forensically, I think in last trial some trooper said it, or maybe even the guy who testified the first time around in regards to this test. You need to calculate in when was the last, when did she eat last, and when did she take the last drink. Right. And in some cases, you even calculate in when did she drink the first drink.
Yeah, there's a lot to it that it seems like the hospital test, although fairly reliable as far as the numbers. I mean, this by reliable, it's a repeatable test where you can get a similar result over and over and over. It's a good test that way, but in interpreting the results, there's a different word I want to use there. And it requires outside information to say, thus we can say that this long ago she was this drunk. I think it takes extra. I think the defense is onto that. You can see they're fighting this one pretty hard. They might have an expert themselves that comes in and talks about that and will clarify that for the jury.
And I hope they go into that the fact that she was anemic and that can impact the blood alcohol content.
Yeah. It seemed like anemic was brought up before defense tried to ask a question about it, and it was objected to and sustained. I'm like, I thought that was already in. But maybe I heard.
I don't remember that from the last trial.
No, like in this trial.
I might be wrong.
I think that the witness under direct examination, the blood testing guy mentioned something about being anemia or anemic or something like that regarding the testing. And then when Miss Little got up and asked a question about it, it was objected to. And as far as I can tell, it was just the anemic portion that was objectionable, possibly. And the judge sustained the objection. So I'm like, I don't know why. It seemed like fair game to me. It wasn't her testifying.
Yeah, but we'll see how that will go. But the worst case scenario, they buy the story that she was drunk. But if they show the picture from the video from the library footage, she did not swerve. When they played the voicemail, she did not slur the speech. So she may have been buzzed, but she was not drunk the way they are claiming. because if she was so drunk, she would have slurred all over the place, and her speech would have been severely slurred.
Yep.
Or slurred as, yeah.
And it would be hard to back up the speech he did straight, not anything. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right, Angela,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Yes.
Do you have plans for the weekend?
Thank you. Does study count? Because I have an exam on Tuesday.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not
So
fun.
I might not be watching you on Monday. Instead, I'll be studying.
All right. Well, Monday's going to be the ARCA stuff, so you
Yes.
have to watch it on replay. It's going to be spicy, especially if the judge rules
Yes,
the
I will.
can't come in. So, Angela, thank you. Good luck with your studies. Appreciate
Thank you.
talking to you. We'll see
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I got a very important email from Josh Hutchins. Thank you for this, Josh. It says, open this email in bold letters, sent from my iPhone. That was it. That was the entire thing. So I replied, marking as unread. So not going to do that. All right. Red says, today we have not heard one fact, scientific or otherwise, still, that proves there was a collision. Not 1 inch closer to that. We've got to... I think we'll probably be mid to later in the week before we get that. At some point, you're going to have to bring the McCabe's in. At some point, you're going to have to bring the Alberts. I think we're getting there, but I think they want to end with their strongest witnesses, and they're not Alberts and McCabe's. Let's just say it. Those are not the strongest witnesses for the prosecution. All right, I have tonight. Here's what my schedule looks like. In case you wanted to know and you didn't ask, I'm going to tell you anyway. I have a gig tonight that I've got to get some technical stuff ready for and reprogram some switchers and all that. I'm not messing with any of this gear. Don't worry, I won't break my studio. But it is the last one of its kind. I'll be done with that, and I'll be able to set up, once I'm done with that, the Top Mark Media side for more streaming for Brian Koberger and some of the other trials we're following on the Top Mark Media channel. So that's what's happening tonight. I'll be getting ready there. Saturday, a week from Saturday, not this Saturday, but a week from Saturday, we have the live stream, dual live stream with Valhalla Awaits. It is a Lego live build live stream. So I will be building a Lego set. It is the Police Off-Road Pursuit Lego set. We'll build that as we just shoot the breeze and chat about our love of true crime and some of the cases we're following and things like that, and whatever else happens to come up in chat. So please join us there. You can watch it on this channel or on his. We'll both be streaming that. That's going to be a week from Saturday, but Monday is when it gets spicy again, and we are going to hear from ARCA on the stand. They will be there in the office. They were not allowed in the courtroom. They're not allowed to come in via Zoom. Judge says, I want them in my courtroom to answer these questions. And it's going to be spicy. You know it's going to be spicy. A lot of people have shared a lot of things they're going through right now. But just know that we have good friends here in this chat. People you know, people you talk to, people you talk about court cases you disagree with or agree with. See them and say hi every day that are going through things that they're not sharing publicly. And just be mindful of them. I appreciate your patience with everybody. As some people woke up yesterday and were dealt a hand that they never expected to have in life. Just be kind to people. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning for more of the trial. That will be day 5. You can give me a ring tomorrow. I know you keep hinting that. A ring? Give you a ring? Like a call? Yes, I need to talk to you. But, not like I didn't want to say like I'm put a ring on it type thing, Red. I like you and all, but Mrs. R.A. is my one and only. All right, with that, you guys have a great weekend. Catch the podcast if you missed it last night. Now's a good time to watch it if you don't have something else to go to. You guys have a great week. We'll see you in Monday morning. Now it's the weekend. Let it begin. Bye-bye.
Alex stole it as well.
Happy birthday. You look good.